It's go time, baby. It's go time, gang. What's going on, everybody? MLB trade deadline is officially upon us. MLB trade deadline is here, baby. We are officially 5 hours away from the cutoff point. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you smack that like button. A lot of moves have happened today already. A bunch of moves have happened. Pull these things up here. And just, I'd say in the last hour or so, a bunch of them. But Phillies acquired Luis Arias, left-handed hitting infielder. They also acquired Brooks Raley from the Mets. They added a relief pitcher. They added a relief pitcher from the trade, Luis Arias. So shout out to Ollie's in the chat, by the way. So folks are going crazy about Adley Rutschman. The Yankees did not like Adley Rutschman's medicals. Something popped up in the medicals. He's on the IL, for those of you who don't know, with a wrist problem. He's on the IL right now. So the Yankees did not like his medicals, which is one reason why. And apparently the Red Sox are okay with his medicals, but the deal hasn't been made official yet. Why? I don't know. But they also wanted either Will Warren or Carlos Legrande, Orioles, from the Yankees, or Adley Rutschman. So that's another reason why the thing probably didn't go through. They just traded Taylor Ward to the Seattle Mariners a little bit ago as well, the Orioles. The Blue Jays, last night they traded Kevin Gausman to the Cubs. They acquired Jose Soriano earlier from the Angels. We're kind of starting their teardown. They just traded Joe Adell to the Cleveland Guardians. Smack the like button, everybody. That's saying let's try to blow past 100 likes. Don't mind. Legrande for Adley is a massive overpay. They're not going to do that. Okay. So there are still catchers available, folks. There are still catchers available. Okay. So something to keep in mind. And by the way, bear with me because I'm eating lunch too. That's what we got. Been a relatively busy day. Let's see if I don't miss anything here. Cubs, Gausman. Last night, so the Padres and Yankees, I guess it was trade ideas back and forth, but the Padres asked for Will Warren for Adrian Morejon, a left-hander reliever, and the Yankees turned him down. There was reporting by Bob Nightingale saying that the Yankees offered them Will Warren, which wasn't true. They asked for Will Warren, and they were turned down. Has nothing to do with letting him go to the Red Sox. The Yankees didn't like his medicals. He's on the IL with a wrist problem. Who cares? It's the Red Sox. Right? This is something behind me. I have something up hanging behind me. That's why. But that's right now. That's where we're at. We are 5 hours away. And I'm constantly updating here to see if we have anything. And also, remember, it is a good idea to not acquire a catcher. If we need immediate catching help, then getting a guy on the IL does not serve that purpose, right? Adley Rutschman is on the IL. And he was never their first target, right? So something to keep in mind. They will get a catcher. And we'll get a catcher. If anybody has to smack that like button, please do. Man, let's try to blow past 100 likes as quickly as we can. Right? This is a day. Now, they've already confirmed that Ben Rice is not going to catch. He's not going to catch. Even with the Luis Garcia trade yesterday. Even Jack Curry confirmed too. He's not asleep. Cashman's not asleep. But he's not going to make a stupid trade either. Right? No, it's been up here. It's been up here for a bit. There are good catchers out there. Goodman, Ivan Herrera, the Cardinals. You never know. Ryan Jeffers could be had too. We'll just wait and see. Rumors from where? Austin Penn. Why would they? First of all, they need right-handed hitting outfielders, right, and a right-handed catcher. C.J. Abrams is neither one, and he doesn't play defense. Why would they trade Austin Pena for C.J. Abrams? Is my question. I've heard that clown show yesterday on Twitter, but again, why are folks only referring to Twitter for their information and not listening to anything the Yankees are saying? That's my question, right? Wyatt Langford from the Texas Rangers, right-handed outfielder. The Rangers are, as far as I know, they're listening in on Corey Seager, Nathan Eovaldi, and Jacob deGrom. I don't know if they're listening to Langford or not. I'm not sure. Just a sandwich and some fruit lunch. Luis Garcia is going to platoon. He's going to bat. He's going to play first base against right-handed pitching. He kills righties. Goldschmidt's going to play first base against lefties. That means he's going to be there. Ben Rice can be relegated to mostly DH. Luis Garcia is a better infielder, a better first baseman than Ben Rice. So it makes sense. Okay. Yo, Dev. And then, but also, this also, I mean, to me, it suggests that they're pretty confident that Giancarlo Stanton's probably done. Done. Yeah, if they do Mason Miller, it will be crazy. But we have 5 hours left, so I'm not ruling anything out. Anything out. This is a big, yeah. This is the day we've been waiting for, right? This is it. So we got to see what the Yankees are going to do here. Well, actually, too, yeah. That's just true, Buckeye. They want to listen to sources that they agree with. They like being told what they want to hear, right? And, I deal in facts, not narratives. Those that know me, that's how I roll, okay? I'd rather give folks the information that's accurate. I may not always like the facts, but I'm not going to change them just because it's what I want to hear. It's not completed yet, Adley. David, Adley is on the IL with a wrist problem. The Yankees did not like his medicals. Okay? It doesn't matter if he's going to Boston. It doesn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter. And we're not the ones that let him go to Boston. Baltimore let him go. Well, they traded him to Boston. Right? They will be getting an outfielder. We'll have to see. Well, there's going to be people that are going to be moved that we're not even thinking about too. I don't know. You have to ask the Yankees doctors that. But yeah, Montez, even Jack Flaherty, they turned down trade for like Jack Flaherty because of the medicals, and he wound up being okay for the Dodgers. So I don't know what the doctor's looking at. I'm not a doctor, but he's a catcher. His wrist is injured. So, and again, that's just what it is. Right? Yeah, those guys are still in play. So is Ivan Herrera from the Cardinals. And who knows? I mean, you never know. Ryan Jeffers might get moved too, for all we know. Let's see. I'm looking everywhere for updates here to see if we get anything as it comes in. Yo, Ken, what do you know? Let's see. But that's the latest right now. I understand fans want to be angry at Cashman for not making this move, but I mean, You have to ask the doctors. You have to ask their doctors, right? And that's. Let's see. Yeah, gotta ask the doctors. It's probably stuff we don't know about, and I'd rather get the facts than rely on, Twitter talking points, Twitter narratives. And a lot of people on Twitter follow other content creators who also don't do their homework, right? They are scouting Heliot Ramos. That I know. I'm curious to see who they're going to get. They don't need a starting pitcher unless they trade a starting pitcher away. The Red Sox best team in baseball? Not really. Just because they beat the Dodgers? No. That's a narrative. Right? Yeah, he's Michael King making $25 million a year. I know the Padres are looking to move some salary, so we'll see what those guys do today. That's going to be interesting to see. Let's see if we got anything here. No. Not yet. But once Adley to Boston becomes official, I'm sure fans are going to be outraged. We'll see about Arozarena too. Is he available? We don't know yet, Bretwell. We don't know yet. I'm not worried about that right now. Yeah, I put that out. Yeah, the Warren. They did not offer Will Warren to the Padres for Adrian Morejon, who's a left-handed reliever. He's a good reliever, but he's a free agent in 2 months. Will Warren's got 4.5 years of control. Cashman would never make that offer, right? It was the Yankees that turned them down because that's what the Padres asked for. They've been scouting Warren and Weathers, the Padres. The Mariners just added a bat. They just added Taylor Ward from the Orioles, which is probably now a precursor to them trading a Arozarena. Just fruit and cheese and crackers and a sandwich. I need to eat my lunch. But exactly. I don't know what. Let's see what the Mariners gave up. So who's talking about Wyatt Langford today on social media? And everybody's talking about him all of a sudden. Somebody that everybody follows is talking about Wyatt Langford. It hasn't been made official yet, Rushman to the Red Sox. Something popped up on his medicals that the Yankees didn't like. That's why the Yankees did not pull the trigger. I'm guessing it has to do with his wrist because he's on the IL with an injured wrist. So that has to be factored in. And maybe the Red Sox did it just to keep him away from the Yankees for a while. I don't know. Where are you reading that Cashman's not going to make any moves? Where are you reading that? Please don't tell me some fair weather person on Twitter. Where are you reading that he's not going to make moves? Well, I don't know about the medicals thing is BS. I don't say it's BS. The Red Sox might be okay with the medicals and the Yankees not. They have different doctors, so we don't know. So I wouldn't say it's BS. The Yankees need immediate catching help. The Red Sox do not. Right? Well, that's the other thing, too. Why would the Orioles trade in their division? It could also be the Red Sox are giving them a massive overpay. I mean, they already massively overpaid for that Nationals player, right, who was already hurt and going to miss the season. Curtis Mead, they gave him Connolly early for that guy. Clay Holmes is rehabbing now. Yeah, Clay Holmes is rehabbing. But he got lit up the other day. Let's see. If you haven't heard, Luis Arias got traded to the Philadelphia Phillies. They have added 2 relievers today, right? The Phillies. Soriano. I got traded to the Blue Jays. They added a power relief. They traded their number 2 prospect over to the Angels for Soriano. So that's a big trade for the Angels right there. Yeah. Duran, what's going on, man? They asked for Scooble. They asked for 2 major league players and 2 top 100 prospects, which is a lot less than they got from the Dodgers. The Dodgers did not give up 1 single major league player for Derek Scooble, but I'm of the opinion that he forced their hand. Jesus King, what's good? Shout out to the chat, by the way. Everybody smack that like button. We haven't done that yet. Let's try to get the likes up. I greatly appreciate it. Very light music in the background. Let me know if it's too loud. Just soothing trade deadline music. Riley O'Brien and Ivan Herrera from the Cardinals can happen. Mason Miller would be the mother load, but we'll see if that. I mean, I don't know. I got 2. I got another monitor here I'm looking to see. Just as a forecasting too, the Twins have 3 catchers on their roster now, so I expect them to trade. To gain the morality to shut it down. They're being investigated for shady practices, the Dodgers, right now. So I don't know how they would gain the morality. I'm not exactly sure that one would work out. The Yankees don't like Adley's medicals. Something popped up on the medicals. So there is still a possibility that the Twins trade Ryan Jeffers. Like I said, they've got 3 catchers on the roster right now. Victor Caratini, Ryan Jeffers, and was it Alex Jackson, I think, the third one? Yeah. They're going to be a driving force for the lockdown if it happens. They have no moral ground to stand on, the Dodgers. None. The Cardinals are in town tonight, yes. You never know. I mean, O'Brien and Herrera could essentially walk right across the field and come to the Yankees because they're back in Yankee Stadium. So that's what happened last year with the deadline when Jose Caballero just walked right across the dugouts. Second best? Who's the best, Jake? It's not Adley Rutschman. I could see Zach Neto still being traded. The owner's shutting it down. locking out the players in order to get a cap. I doubt it's going to happen. I don't know if they want to do that. But that's something I've said for a year. The owners have leverage because it's the only sport where they're 100% of the contract's guaranteed. But morality is not they will never gain the moral high ground for this. This has nothing to do with morality. This is two greedy sides, both sides that are greedy and tone deaf, and the fans get the shaft. Both sides want more money. That's it. They want a bigger slice of the pie, right? So, Luis Garcia is here. He'll be in the dugout today. He may even be on the field, for all we know. Yeah, they're not going to use Rice's catcher. They're not going to risk injuring his legs. Reed Detmers, I could see him being moved. The Angels are kind of starting to do a teardown, so they traded one of the other relievers to the Braves a little while ago as well. I don't know if he was eligible to play for New York. That I'm not sure. That's a good question. I'm not sure about that. I don't know what the Yankee Rockies are asking for Goodman, but it ain't going to be cheap. Pivot, one of the Blue Jays catchers. If Alejandro Kirk is available, but I doubt it because he just signed into a 5-year contract extension. So I don't think it's going to be from the Blue Jays. I doubt that. That's never going to happen. Non-guaranteed contracts in the major leagues. No, that'll never happen. We'll see. Just because you ask for somebody doesn't mean you're going to get them. But they have enough to get Hunter Goodman. They do. I think it's both for this year and next year. The Luis Garcia trade. I do. Yeah. Anybody has smacked that like button. We got 150 people in here right now. No. There is an albatross contract in the Padres worth taking for Mason Miller, at least in my opinion. Let's see. Can they pursue any? Oh, wait a minute. The Cubs, the Chicago Cubs are acquiring Reed Detmers from the Angels. Owen Ayers, Jose Escobar, and Grant Kipp are being sent to the Angels. Reed Detmers just got traded to the Cubs. They added a reliever. Another piece going from the Angels. So the National League. So there's that. But it looks like, yeah. Reed Detmers is going to the Cubs. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal at all. And they've already, got Kevin Gausman last night from the Blue Jays. I don't know, but the Angels are in dead last anyway, so it made sense for them. So we noticed the Yankee tax. People ask, they expect more from the Yankees. People don't want to hear that, but it's true. People just want to hear what they want to hear, the fair weather stuff from certain channels who pose as real talkers. But whatever. Detmers is I think he's a hybrid. But they've been building him up recently as a starter. So, and they need pitching, the Cubs. So it's a good trade for them. But we'll see what the Yankees' next trade is. We know Cashman's working the phones right now. Like I said, I'm keeping an eye. I got multiple monitors here. Trying to see what we got going. Let's see. I'm gonna believe in this team. I'm not gonna believe you, Muffins, because that's not true. They're not gonna. That's not that they're not gonna do anything. They've already gotten better. They added a bat and addition by subtraction in the bullpen too. But they have their roster, their 40-man roster is down 3 to 37. They have to make moves to get it back up to 40. They have to. You know, Hop was a good hit and get for Texas. That is true. But now they're looking to offload guys, Texas Rangers. Let's see. Oops, what do we got here? Yep. There's going to be multiple moves that Brian Cashman makes today because not only make the team better because he has to. He's got to reshuffle the roster. And bringing in Luis Garcia yesterday, they're going to move on from an infielder today. Who? I don't know. All right. Let's see. I haven't seen anything. Somebody just said Jacob deGrom to the Braves. I have not seen that. Well, exactly, too. Yeah. They always claim that. They listen to these fair weather fan channels who think they know more than anybody else and think they're connected, but they're not. You know? Whatever. People can listen to whoever they want. But a lot of these folks deal in misinformation. Let's see here. I have not seen anything yet. Jacob deGrom to the Braves. But Reed Detmers is going to the Cubs. Let's see. Let's see. Tyler Stevenson's probably a last resort because he doesn't really move the needle. He's also free agent at the end of the year. Well, Casey Schmidt from the Giants, he's on the IL. He's going to miss the rest of the season, I think, with a torn meniscus, if I'm not mistaken. These people who say not going to make moves are just dealing, it's just pure emotion, not homework or research at all. That's one reason why there's so much emotion, because they're completely misinformed by people who also don't do any research. I get it. Let's see. Yeah, he's on the IL, unfortunately, for the rest of the season. So is the catcher from the Athletics. We got his name. He's on there as well. Let's see here. I don't get pissed off. I'm informed. They're not. So. Phillies made a decent move today. Yeah, well, nobody's denying that they need to make moves. They'll make moves. Just gotta wait and see what they're gonna be. Shea Langoliers, thank you, Ken. That's the guy. I forget brain fart his name. Let's see. Update here. Nothing yet. Let's see. George Lombard on fire. Okay, yeah, we do know. I hope he gets traded, Volpe, but I don't know if he will. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people rely on Twitter, a lot of Twitter, instead of just listening to what the Yankees say. That's the other thing too. Yeah. Fairbanks. Enriquez from the Marlins, yes. Yes. That's what we try to do, Buckeye. We try to make sure everybody's informed, right? Information is not always sexy, but we want it to be true, right? What rumors are you hearing, and who are you hearing them from, David? Are you hearing them informed sources, or are you hearing them from just people on Twitter who do the same thing all the time? The Yankees aren't going to do anything. Those aren't people to listen to. They're not the bastion of information. It's not official yet with the Red Sox now. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the medicals. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Jazz hurt his own trade value. I mean, his own free agent value. Just like Gleyber Torres hurt his own free agent value as well. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see. But I'm sure a lot of overreaction on Twitter and a lot of John Boy talking points and all this stuff, same stuff all the time. So the trade for the Marlins, and the Marlins acquired Taylor Ward for right-handed pitcher Brock Moore, Alex Hoppe, and Harrison Kraling. So they got Orioles got three prospects back. 3 prospects back. Let's see. Well, I don't play doom and gloom. I mean, I'm positive, but I'm not going to deny reality either. But I'm going to wait and see. The deadline is still 4 hours and 4.5 hours away. I got to wait and see what happens, right? So many people play doom and gloom. Then go follow the Mets, Jake. Since Juan Soto's bringing them to the promised land, right? Yeah. Yeah, and the way Cashman doesn't leak anything ever to anybody. He does that for a reason. Because then people bring it on social media, they turn it into their own pile of baloney narratives, right? And then they peddle it to low information people. This is what happens all the time. It's like the Truth Social with baseball, where facts and knowledge go to die. Okay? The White Sox added Luis Severino. No, I'm sorry, Luis Castillo. And they added a reliever as well so far. Yeah. They can get Jeffers. I don't know if they will, but they can. I mean, Adley Rutschman was never a higher priority than Jeffers and Hunter Goodman. When did people start obsessing over him over everybody else? And why? Because of social media, Twitter, right? It looks like Franklin Primera, Juan Valera heading to Baltimore if the Adley Rushman deal goes through. If that's the case. I appreciate the super chat there, man. Thank you so much. Always appreciate that, DKNC. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's generosity. Let's see. God, will you shut up, John Boy guys already? You're out here complaining. Let's see. Well, yeah, the Angels kind of doing a teardown. I mean, if they want to complete the teardown, they're gonna have to trade Mike Trout. Which I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. Neto, I don't know. That's a good question. Yes, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what their goal was with Adley Rushman, the Red Sox, if it became official. I'm not sure, right? But again, he's on the IL. It doesn't do the Yankees any good. But if you heard about the Luis Arias trade, Bryce Harper's going back to outfield. It sounds as if Bryson Stott, who was at second, is going to go to third base. And I don't know what's going to happen with Alec Boehm now. Will they trade Alec Boehm to third baseman? I don't know. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Trout gets traded too. Neto, I can see being traded. Let's see. 91 likes. We got 180 people in here. If anybody hasn't hit that like button, please smack that thumbs up right now. Let's try to get to 150 likes as quickly as we can. I appreciate you. Yeah, as long as the Red Sox approve his medicals. But we haven't seen the official yet, right? We don't know. Hello, Susan. How are you? Well, exactly. Thank you, Susan. He was not a priority. He was a fallback. That's perfectly put. Very well put, Susan. Very well put. Let's see. This is not backing your generational talent like the Dodgers do. Dodgers play by a different set of rules. You realize that, right? I broke this down. They have a different financial parameter than every other team, including the Yankees. I did a complete breakdown of this. It all started when they filed for bankruptcy in 2012. You realize that, right? They have an extra $70 million coming into their pockets. That's not taxed. Doesn't go towards our revenue sharing. Doesn't go towards anything. Extra money in their pockets, and they have it through 2039. It's like an extra $1 billion that they have that no other team has. So when we say financially, I don't think they're not financially backing they're not backing their talents. They don't have play money like the Dodgers do. And if you look at the Dodgers, how many prospects are on their roster? On the 26, hardly anybody. It's all mercenaries, all free agents and trades. Right? Exactly. The only place I could see Trout getting traded to would be the Phillies. Let's see what we got here. Anything else? What do we got here? Um, let's see. Nothing. I'm saying somebody said Josh Smith to the Toronto Blue Jays. You guys see that? They will make a couple of trades again because they have to. They have to get the roster numbers back up. They traded 4 guys yesterday for Luis Garcia. 3 of them were on the 40-man. Right. I don't know about prospect hugging. He gave 2 pretty good prospects yesterday for Luis Garcia. Has the deadline over yet, David? You keep saying no excuses. What is it like? The Blue Jays are acquiring utility man Josh Smith from the Texas Rangers. Shout out to Jonathan putting out the details. The Prime Minister, valuable information right there. They swapped Josh Smith and Adam who? Macco. Okay. All right. I wonder if that means now they're going to move Clement, Ken, or another infielder because they have to make room for Josh Smith, right? I wonder if that makes Clement available. Let's see. I think if the Yankees are going to do a massive overpay for anybody, excuse me, it's going to be Hunter Goodman or Mason Miller. Excuse me. I think Hunter Goodman's more likely than Mason Miller because he's an everyday player. So I can see one overpay trade. I think that's probably going to be the one. Let's see. So, I mean, Mason Miller would be a huge get. Let's see what we got. Anything else? The Braves checked in on Jacob deGrom. I know the Rangers are listening on deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, and Corey Seager. That I know. We'll see if any of those big pieces get moved. That'll be the key. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes now. We can. Is Clement a righty bat, Ken? Is he a righty bat or a lefty bat, Clement? I don't remember. I'm like 46% positive that he's a righty bat, but I can't confirm that. Top level shortstop, you're gonna trade Lombard, Jazz, and like what top level shortstop is worth all those guys? Well, what top level shortstop that's available is worth Lombard? I can't think of one. Yeah, it's got to be Witt Jr. and I don't think that's happening. Is a righty bat? Okay. Because they're looking for 2 righty bats. Yeah. And now we're hearing they're listening on Wyatt Langford. Now I got some reporting on that now. Joe Sherman also. He'd be a good fit. Can they make something like that happen? Right-handed hitting outfielder. Right? They're going to move somebody as a corresponding, as a secondary move for the Luis Garcia. I mean, I hope it's either Jazz or Volpe. I think it's less likely it's going to be Jazz now that Luis Arias is no longer here. Available. He's in the Phillies now. They're not going to take $270 million of Tatis's contract. No way. Gotta ask them, David. I'm not sure. But I ask, who is the game-changing shortstop that's available? Because Witt's not available. And Garcia is a plus defender at first, not at second. Will they attach Jacob deGrom? I have no idea. That's a good question, Anthony. I don't know. What would you send back? We'd probably have to send a starting pitcher back to Texas. Yankee fans are losing their minds on the lack of trade. Of course, because you're getting it from, right, Twitter and fair weather fan channels who rely on Twitter for their narratives, right? Let's see what else we got here. We got to hang tight, gang. It's 4 hours left. Well, 4 hours and 11 minutes left. I would not trade Jazz just to play Garcia at second. He's a plus defender at first, not at second. Jazz is actually a better defender at second than Luis Garcia. So, well, this is true too, Buckeye. You take big contracts, prices are going to go up. You got that right. It's a great point. That's the king. Yo, Joey from the Shift is in the building. I would move Lombard for Witt. I'm not sure I would move him for Ellie De La Cruz. I'm not sure I would move him for Ellie De La Cruz. Joey, if you want to hop on, you're more than welcome to. I'll send you the link, brother. Just let me know. You can hop on for a little while. It's going to be a specific allocation of Garcia's skill set, but that's also, I think it also provides an insurance policy for Giancarlo Stanton. I don't know yet on Mason Miller. I don't know. We're not really hearing much. Let's see. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, they got Soriano, Jose Soriano. They need more, though. They need more. They traded Kevin Gausman already, so. Let's see. There's way too much, like, overreactions on Twitter here. It's crazy. And I agree. As soon as, I'll say this again, we can speculate as much as we want to speculate, but Cashman's going to do some kind of a trade that none of us are thinking about. So, easy. What's good, brother? Yeah, Diamondbacks are looking into Casey Mize. This is true, too. Yeah, he's not going to play second. And we got 4 hours left of the deadline. And the Yankees do some serious work in the last couple hours of the deadline. Prices come down to earth. Players all of a sudden become available. So let's see. Look and see what we got here. If there's anything. Easy. Thank you so much for the super chat too, brother. Appreciate you. I've been looking forward to being with you guys for this trade deadline, man. It's gonna be fantastic. I appreciate the generosity, man. Skubal forced the Tiger's hand. You realize that, right? He forced the Tiger's hand after what they did to him in arbitration. Is anybody even putting that piece together? And he already said that's where he wanted to go in free agency. And guess what? They needed Skubal. The Yankees do not. I don't think Ohtani's going to be pitching anymore this year. They need to replace that pitching. The Yankees didn't need him. Right? We don't know who else is going to get moved. But I don't play gloom and doom. I don't do that stuff. So I mean, I'm confident, but I'm also being, levying a certain amount of realism. You got it, Joseph, brother. McMahon, thank you so much too. Appreciate that, bro. Always appreciate your generosity, man. Thank you. Computer predictions. Who's that? Yeah, the Red Sox swept the Dodgers. Whose computer's doing predictions? Silverman, I appreciate you sticking with us, man. I appreciate you sticking here. Hopefully you stick around more, man. It can't be anything but real, man. It's got to be that way. Let's see. Okay. Appreciate the generosity. Luis Garcia likely will play. Good to have you back too, Jonah. Yep. Anybody in here that has to smack that thumbs up, please do. I appreciate it. We're gonna try to get 200 likes if we can. Yeah, I don't buy any media hype or betting odds or any of that baloney. I don't buy any of that. Is Royce Lewis healthy? Didn't he get optioned out, or is he back with the Rangers? I mean, with the Twins, excuse me. As if from the 4 Training Plus is in the building. Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, I have 3 screens up here, looking to see. And this is a tough market. Remember this too. There's a lot more buyers than sellers right now. Right? There's so many teams that are close. So we don't know. I mean, at the very like a half an hour before the deadline, somebody could put their plan. All right, he's for sale. Let's go. I haven't heard anything on Arozarena. Haven't heard anything. But I think if they're gonna overpay for anybody, it's probably gonna be Hunter Goodman. If I had to guess. But again, that's a guess. Let's see. What else we got here? Okay. What else we have here? Let's see. Yeah, they cleared some 40-man roster spots. Yeah, exactly, Jeets. That's what I keep saying. Like, they've got to restock the roster, right? So But again, yeah, we have 4 hours left to the deadline. But so many people are losing their minds right now. Why are we letting Twitter be the reason people are losing our minds? No idea. Let's see. I said from the beginning, Goodman was target number one with Jeffers target number 2. Remember, the Twins have 3 catchers on the roster right now. They will move on one of them most likely today. Just something to keep in mind. Let's see. Let's see what else we got here. We did get one of the best bats on the market, Luis Garcia. He was the NL leader in slugging also. A solid contact bat. They didn't add some slouch yesterday. They added a good player. Robbie Ray, is he on the Padres? Hang on 1 second here. Did Robbie Ray just get traded to the Padres? Hang on. And we got joining me for a little while. We got Ken from The Ugly Truth. What's going on, Ken?
Hey, Jason. How you doing? Thanks for having me up.
How are you, man? I'm hearing that Robbie Ray just got traded to the Padres. Are you seeing anything on that?
I saw a rumor earlier that they were in talks. I haven't seen anything with regard to an actual official trade.
Oh, now I'm seeing that the Rays just got Liam Hicks, the catcher. Hold on. Catcher from the Marlins. Now it looks like Randy Rosarino or Wyatt Langford might be the 2 outfielders of focus. Let's see. Robbie Ray to the Padres. Jeff Passan's reporting both. And Liam Hicks, left-handed catcher, to the Rays. The Rays have already added Freddie Peralta. Let's see.
I'm not sure how much Robbie Ray actually moves the needle for the Rays.
He's going to the Padres, Robbie Ray.
No.
They need starting pitching. So I don't know. I don't know how much he moves. He'll give them innings and some length, but I mean they're definitely hurting from starting pitching. Let's have a look here. Are we seeing Passan here? Have you seen Jeff Passan?
Yeah, I'm looking at his stuff now.
Looking here. Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring catcher Liam Hicks in a trade with the Marlins, yes. And the San Diego Padres are finalizing a trade for acquire left-handed Robbie Ray from the San Francisco Giants. Yep. Thank you, gang. And we know Josh Smith, utility man, is heading to the Blue Jays. Add an infielder there. This is Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan's reported that stuff. Okay. All those guys are staying. Well, Liam Link's coming to the American League, so the Rays got a little bit better. We'll see what the Yankees do now. Liam Hicks, I didn't think it was going to be it because they're looking for a right-handed hitting catcher, and he hits lefty. So I understand them not doing that, which I get. So let's see. But I don't know how much Freddie Peralta really helps the Rays. Let's see. These things are starting to trickle in pretty quickly. And so far, pretty busy day.
Yep, we have
The 161 Research Channel. I just had a little sandwich and some fruit and cheese and crackers. Something light on the stomach, so that I'm not sending myself to the bathroom. I don't want to eat anything that's going to give me a spastic colon. So
you're not breaking out the Big Mac and apple pie yet?
only if they get Mason Miller or Hunter Goodman. If they get both, I'll do 2. I'll wolf down 2 of them. Oh, here goes Celia with the talking points. Here we go. You know, this Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox thing was reported about an hour and a half ago, and it still hasn't been made official. Why is that? Is it the medical?
I suspect that they're not. I suspect they're not going to like the medicals either.
Yeah. The Yankees. That's why the Yankees didn't do it, Celia. The medicals. It's been 90 minutes now, and it hasn't been made official yet with Boston. And Liam Hicks, okay, let him go to the Rays. He's a left-handed hitting catcher. The Yankees looking for a right-handed hitting catcher, so that wasn't going to be a fit. They're looking for 2 righty bats today. 2 righty bats. He's not a righty bat. Okay.
I would not be surprised to see the Yankees pursue either George Springer or Luis Robert.
George Springer would be a surprise. That guy's money in the playoffs. Thank you for the super chat, Dave. Appreciate you. Trying to see what the Yankees see in Wells and can't see it. What about you guys? Well, Wells, just so you know, obviously his bat is dick, but he's number 1 in Major League Baseball with a 2.85 catching ERA, 0.285. So, and that's number 1 in all of baseball up to yesterday. So that's why, because he handles the pitches extremely well. So they're looking to bring out an offensive first catcher, which would supply the offense that he's definitely not supplying. So that's just my take on it. I don't know if you agree with that, Ken, but or if you guys agree in the chat, but that's an obvious one to me.
Yeah.
But Adley Rutschman's also, his offense has been kind of falling off a cliff last couple of years as well. I don't know if you know if you folks have noticing that too.
I mean,
and when did he leapfrog over Goodman and Jeffers? All of a sudden, when did he become God's gift to catching?
Well, over the last 3 seasons, he's been hurt a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
And that's why they signed Basayo to a long-term contract to be their everyday catcher.
Yeah. So I think this is something that, I think it's important for us to keep in mind, folks. Let's see.
I mean, in the early season, there was a huge disparity between the American League and National League. Yep. Now, if you look at teams that are over 500, the American League has 6 of them, and the National League has 8. So that disparity is not so much anymore.
Yep. Muffins, they gave up 2 prospects yesterday for Luis Garcia. They're not prospect hugging. What prospect is worth any of these guys right now? Adley Rutschman's not worth Carlos Legrand, but that was the ask.
Yeah, you want to see that guy as their closer 13 times a year for the next 5 years. Forget it.
Yeah. Well, yes. Buckeye catchers need to be good framers. And again, we need to have a cat. One of the reasons why I've been pushing for Hunter Goodman or even Ivan Herrera, they have control years beyond this year, right? Ryan Jeffers, as much as I like him, would have 2 months to adapt to 13 pitchers, and they would have 2 months to adapt to him. Is that enough time? I highly doubt it. Right? So
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
yeah, and this is why making the right move, not the emotional move here. Oh, what is this? The Padres and the Orioles are discussing Jackson Holiday. The Orioles are shopping second baseman Jackson Holiday, former #1 pick. They're discussing a trade that would send Jackson Holiday to San Diego. I don't know what they would get in return, though. David, thank you for the super chat, too. I appreciate all your generosity, everybody. Thank you, guys. What would we have to give up for Springer? Not a lot, because he's a free agent at the end of the year. Probably a prospect, and we'd obviously eat. He's on a pretty big contract. I think he's making like $25 million a year or something like that. So whatever's left of it, they would assume, and maybe get you a decent prospect. Ken, what are your thoughts?
I would think it would be a lower grade arm.
Low grade arm?
Yep.
Yeah, and the rest of the contract, assuming the rest of the contract. Remember, he's kind of a shell of himself, but that dude is money in the postseason. Money.
I'd say his postseason bat is a serious plus.
Yeah. And that's why they would get him. Right? Positive. Well, you can say positive when you want. I'm methodical, David. I'm patient. I'm waiting to see. I'm not going to play this doom and gloom stuff like everybody else is playing.
I'm personally skeptical.
Go ahead.
I'm skeptical that Stanton is going to come back.
So am I.
Stanton puts the big punch in the postseason for us, and a Springer brain brought in could do the same thing.
Yep. And again, let's not judge until the deadline's over. We have 4 hours to the deadline. Let's be patient. It's not the easiest thing in the world. I get it. But imagine what they're doing out there. He could be negotiating with like 20 teams right now. Jackson Holiday to the Padres would be the Rays DFA Craig Kimbrell.
I think they did that yesterday.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah.
That just popped up here. So Craig Kimbrell's no Craig Kimbrell. No one with the Rays. Let's see. My guess is we're going to have to see some creativity from Cashman and some aggressive nature by Brian Cashman. We'll see. But again, you can't acquire players that aren't available. Other teams have to make them available.
Very true.
Right? You can't just go over there and kidnap a player. Let's see. What do we got now?
At this point, I can't see Dominguez being traded.
Dominguez?
Regardless of how ass his defense is.
It depends on what. Yeah, I mean, who can you see going? Like, if somehow Mason Miller happened, what could you see going? Oh no, sorry, Hunter Goodman. Excuse me, from the Rockies. Who could you see going to Colorado?
Possibly a Will Warren, probably ERC.
Anybody else?
Maybe Eric Raiselman.
I have a feeling Jones or Dominguez would be in that trade, but we'll never know. We'll see. I mean,
their outfield is pretty solid at this point, so they're not really needing an outfield bat.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Who's their
especially
DH?
since they made the trade for Jake McCarthy.
McCarthy. Well, could they DH Dominguez?
Possibly.
Who the hell's their DH? I don't even know their DHs. Let's see what else we got here. Looking at my multiple screens here.
I know the feeling.
Let's see. Apex, this is not an open panel. Let's see. You seeing anything here? It's kind of coming in, and once we get to like 4 o'clock, 4:30, then it's just going to start. We're probably going to get slammed with moves.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is as soon as we hit 4:30 is when you're going to see a boatload of moves because GMs are actively negotiating right now. And when the press comes on, that's when you're going to see the deals finally made.
What's this, Consiglietti? Did Jacob deGrom invoke his no? Did he just veto a trade to the Braves? deGrom? You seen that, Consiglietti? Did he veto a trade? deGrom? Let's see. Edwin Encarnacion. Yeah. That was a good get by the Yankees, by the way. Quietly good. He did Mazza? Yeah, Mazza for he vetoed Ken Rosenthal's reporting that Jacob deGrom vetoed a trade to the Braves.
Really?
Let's see. Yeah. Ken Rosenthal, he invoked his no trade clause to block a
That's
trade.
surprising to stay on that team.
I don't know if it's the trade to the Braves where he vetoed it, but he vetoed a trade. They tried to trade him and he vetoed it. Jacob deGrom. I just don't know. It doesn't say specifically whether it's to the Braves, but we know the Braves were inquired about him. Padres asked. Buckeye, thank you so much as well. Appreciate the generosity. You guys are way too generous. You guys are the best. Thank you. King of Texas right there. Padres asked for Kate Anderson for the number 1 pitching prospect in all of baseball. For Mason Miller. The number 1 pitching prospect in all. Really? Look, the Padres are going to go for the moon for Mason Miller. We know this. Because they gave up the freaking moon, too. Let's see. Yeah, why isn't the Rutschman trade made official yet?
Almost bet medicals have something to do with it.
What is this? Yeah, John Heyman. Padres and Yankees discuss Will Warren plus a prospect for setup man. They asked for Will Warren and a prospect for Morahan. Are you crazy?
For a 2-month rental.
For a 2-month rental, yeah. No wonder the Yankees said no. And that's Bob Nightingale reporting that. I would have said no, too. Crazy. He has like 4.5 years of control left. The Yankees talking to the Mariners about Andres Munoz per Barstool Sports. Andres Munoz, really? Dodgers got Bubic. Who's Bubic? Chris Bubic?
Pitcher from the Royals.
Orioles. Oh, right. And they reacquired Ben Rortvedt a little while ago, too. I guess that means does that mean Will Smith's injuries? Is he not going to come back anytime soon? They got that other kid
Most
too.
likely.
Rushing.
Yep, Dalton Rushing.
Yeah. Andres Munoz, I'd be surprised. Could they do a multiplayer? Andres Munoz and Randy Rosarena? That'd be a pretty serious trade. Would that make you fans happy if they did that? Let's see. Passing. Chris Bubik for chasing. Okay. Man, these things are moving fast here. We got 200 people in here, gang. Keep smacking. If you haven't smacked that like button, please do. Please make sure you subscribe to the Yankees Ugly Truth as well, as my man Ken out here on the screen. Please make sure. Another great informative Yankee channel. Based in facts and reality, guys. Not propaganda. Bubik to the Dodgers. Well, how good is Bubik?
He's not bad.
Let's pull up Bubik here. Chris Bubik. Stats. He's 3-2 with a 4.11 ERA. Was he a lefty reliever?
Starter.
Was he a lefty starter? He's 3-2, 9 starts, 50 innings pitched, 51. All right. Not bad. No, that's not a big trade. So.
No. Just fortifying.
Luis Hill or Warren for DeGrom. The problem with DeGrom is you're going to have to trade a starter that's in the rotation. Right? Yeah, Warren and a prospect for Moral Hunt is just crazy. Let's see here.
How big a teardown do you think that the Blue Jays are going to do?
Well, let's see. I don't know, because they added Soriano from the Angels. So it looks like they're buying and selling. Right? They traded Gossman. They traded who else did they trade? I heard they're in talks with the Phillies for Dalton Varsho and Jeff Hoffman, but I don't think that has been made official yet. It looks like they offered Elmer Rodriguez as part of the trade for Adley Rutschman. So my guess is Elmer gets traded today for somebody. Since they offered. I
mean, the big moves that they made were getting DFA Tyone and the Gossman trade.
The Gossman trade, right? Okay.
That's it.
So they traded a starter. They brought in a reliever.
They brought in Josh Smith and.
Oh, that's right, Josh Smith, utility guy. So they're likely going to move an infielder, right? So you said Clement.
Yeah, Clement has been one that they've been talking about in the possible movers.
Now let me look at Andres Munoz. If this is true, he's 5-4 with a 3.98. He's got a career 2.64 ERA though. He's having a little bit of a down year after several years of 2 or a sub-2 ERA. The 43 games, 40 innings pitched, 63 strikeouts. So he's a big. They're looking for a strikeout guy in the bullpen. So if they get an Andres Munoz.
So would he come in as the setup?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know.
I mean, these closers are very finicky. When they come into a non-safe situation, they pitch like crap.
John Morosi is reporting that the Red Sox are acquiring Joe Ryan from the Twins. If Joe Ryan gets traded, then Jeffers is getting traded. Just know that right now. I hope you folks realize that, right? If Ryan gets traded, Jeffers is definitely going to get traded. Is that good? That just crushes the narrative that they're going to compete. You don't trade your ace if you're going to stay in the division.
Why would they trade their ace when they're one game out of the wild card and the Guardians are sitting directly above them?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know how. Let's see how accurate this John Morosi reporting is. If this actually happens, Joe Ryan to the Red Sox. I mean, they had him at the deadline last year, and he fell through like 5 minutes before the deadline. If Ryan gets traded, and there's nothing that's corroborating this yet, if he gets traded, then I'm guessing Jeffers. I just don't think it doesn't make any sense to trade Joe Ryan. Why? Yeah, people are running around with their hair on fire. Oh my God, the Rays got Liam Hicks. Let's see if the Yankees get Jeffers or Goodman. They're better than all these catchers that have been traded today. If you guys realize that too, right?
I mean, honestly, Jason, I think any catcher that's brought in is a backup.
They're going to platoon with Austin Wells at best. Okay.
Wells is not getting traded. He is not losing his starting position. Not this close to the deadline.
Hell no. Yeah. Why? So my guess is the Marlins are going to trade for some guys. Look for like Xavier Edwards or Otto Lopez to see if he gets moved down. Those guys. If they're trading their catcher, my guess is they're going to trade a few guys.
Have you seen the report that Brendan Doyle is moving from the Rockies to the White Sox?
Who's that?
Brendan Doyle.
I did not see that. People complain another useful possible Yankee off the board. Guys, what is with this selective listening? They're looking for a right-handed hitting catcher. And people are complaining that they didn't trade for Liam Hicks, who's a left-handed hitting catcher. Does the word listen register to these people?
Honestly, catching doesn't move the needle where they need to strike out a couple of right-handed bats.
Yeah. Damn right, man. Yes, the Padres got Robbie Ray. That's John Heyman. That's, I think, Passan. And we'll see if we get any reporting from Passan or Jack Curry when it comes to the Yankees.
Brendan Doyle was the center fielder for the Rockies.
That's right.
He was a great defensive player. Offense is off and
on. You're right. Where did it go? You get better results talking to a tree in your backyard than talking to the people on Twitter. Yeah, you got that right, brother. Let's see. Yeah, well, listening skills are not only optional on deadline day, they're optional pretty much every day with this community, especially that relies on Twitter for everything. But I'm sure there are other channels right now complaining that the Yankees didn't get the guys that they weren't after anyway. Why didn't they get Liam Hicks?
Why?
Never mind. The Yankees said themselves they're looking for a right-handed hitting catcher, right? The Yankees have said it, a dozen times? But the people on Twitter say they screwed up by not getting a left-handed hitting catcher when we already have two of them. Social media has definitely stripped people of their ability and willingness to listen. I don't get it, man.
Are you still hearing noise?
What's that?
Somebody said that there's a duck sound when I'm speaking.
I'm not hearing it. What exactly too, Mazza? Losing this, yeah. Remember last season, the Yankees acquired like 6 guys. Yeah, the last 2 hours, they made like 6 trades.
It was 8 guys.
They got 8 guys. God. I'm not hearing anything, but when Ken talks, there's a couple people saying they're hearing some noise when you're talking. All
right, let me see what a talking is.
Let's see. What big names are off the board that were targets for the Yankees, Celia? Not target for Yankees fans on Twitter. That were actually targets for the Yankees, like their main targets.
I mean, a lot of the big pieces that have come off the board were starting pitchers. The Yankees certainly aren't in the market for a starting pitcher.
Yeah. Yeah, you got that right, Ray. My speakers? You hearing anything coming out of my speakers, Ken?
No.
I'm not hearing anything either.
Jonathan's reporting a trade. Hey, Sawdust.
The pieces going to the Padres for Robbie Ray. Look back at the Giants. Yep. Luis Garcia is going to wear number 26. Coming out of Ken's. Feedback sounds.
How about now?
I'm not hearing anything. Any background noise. Does that sound better, everybody? Folks, that sound better at Ken's side? I don't think Ken has any wild animals running around the room, right? I think so. Let's see something here. Let me know. How's that?
I'm not hearing anything. However, it's the guys out there.
Sawdust is hearing. No idea, Joseph. Franchise. There's not. I mean, what franchise players would be traded anyway? I don't know. At 26, that's DJ LeMahieu's former number, right? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Is expected to wear 26. Jack Curry's reporting that Max Schumann is likely going to be sent to AAA to make a roster spot for Luis Garcia. I don't know if that's. It says it's likely that Schumann gets sent to AAA to open up a roster spot for Garcia.
So not Volpe.
I don't understand. I don't agree with that one. If that's the case, I don't agree with it. Volpe should be the one to go down, unless he's going to get traded. But then if he gets traded, you don't need to send Schumann down. I guess we'll just wait and see.
Yep.
Predictions that Joe Ryan will be traded. We'll see. We'll see. We still have 3.5 hours to go. 3.5, baby.
So your ultimate for bats, who would they be?
Bats? I mean, one of the big right-handed bats would be Goodman or Jeffers if that happens. We don't know if Miller's not available yet, but we know that Prella's going to ask for the moon for him. That we already know. Still hearing noise on your end. Ryan and Jeffers, I'm not sure.
I'll tell you what, Jason. I'll hop down into the chat and type since I'm obviously disrupting the screen.
Hang on a sec. Prior to tonight's game, the Yankees made the following roster moves: added Luis Garcia to the roster, recalled Kervin Castro. Oh, they did option Max Schumann. Damn. I don't like that. But they're adding Kervin Castro, that means they're adding a pitcher. That means one's going to be traded away. Doesn't that mean? Isn't that right?
Yes.
So expect one pitcher to be traded away. Sorry, Ken. What were you saying?
I said, since I'm echoing so much, I can hop down and I'll just type from the stream.
That's fine too, man. Sorry about that, guys. That's totally fine.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for coming on, brother. As always,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Pleasure, bro. As always. What else we got here, gang? Let me know. Can you hear me better? Can you hear me normally? No wild animals. I like the Garcia trade. It serves purposes for the Yankees. Why would Colorado trade Goodman? Because he can extract a big ransom back, and they're nowhere near contention. They can help. The trade can help accelerate their retooling or rebuild. Since they're not going to be able to trade Chris Bryant, so they might as well get something back for a valuable player. All right. All right. Appreciate you. My audio is good. Okay, let's make it sure. Sometimes that happens with the echoes and then the Yankees are. Let's see. Yeah, they've got a lot of pitching they can trade from the Yankees. A lot of pitching that they can trade from. No ducks, no chipmunk squirrels, no ferrets. I don't like that they optioned out Max Schumann at AAA. I agree. I should have been Volpe, Jennifer. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with Ken. 100%. No, we did not forget about getting Hunter Goodman. I've been saying he's priority number one from the beginning. They are scouting Julio Ramos of the Giants as well. Guardians interested in Braxton Garrett, left-handed pitcher from the Marlins, really? Well, they added Joe Adell a little while ago. Let's see. Let's see, gang. Let's see what we got. We are 3.5 hours away from the deadline, from the cutoff point. We got 175 people watching in, so I appreciate you. Smack the like button if you haven't done that yet, and make sure you subscribe to this channel if you haven't done that yet either. It's always a pleasure being on here with you. They have to play Spencer Jones. They have to. Like the best outfielder they have right now. He's got the most speed, most power. He's an elite defender. Imagine when Judge and Bellinger come back. That's going to be one heck of an outfielder. Salvador Perez, I'd be surprised if you were to ask me. If they can get Ramos and Goodman, that would be a nice, really nice. Dodgers getting Chris Bubik, yeah, from the Royals, yeah. A little depth. Yeah, I just don't get it, man. I don't get I just don't get it when it comes to Volpe. And it's not a knock on Volpe, but if you can make the team better, you have to upgrade wherever you can. I don't understand this one. It doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Kind of making it seem like people are calling Jays about it. Calling the Jays? Well, Adele got traded to the Guardians from the Angels. I'm not ruling out a Ryan. I don't know why people are ruling out either a Ryan Jeffers trade. Jay's about Soriano. Oh, okay. You never know about Soriano. I don't know. They're adding, just like they're buying and selling. Rushman, I don't know, about 90 minutes ago, almost 2 hours ago, he was supposed to go to the Red Sox, and it still hasn't been made official yet. The Yankees didn't like his medicals. It would be crazy if, the Blue Jays acquired Soriano and then flipped him. They gave their number 2 prospect, shortstop, to the Angels for Soriano. What do you think you're going to get in the flip? Yankees calling about Stevenson. Why? I don't get it. Goodman's stats, he bats about 80 points higher away from cores than he does at cores, which is crazy. It's a crazy stat. It's usually the other way around, but it's an important, thank you for bringing it up too. It's an important stat to remember. Trade O'Brien to the Yanks. Oh, O'Brien. Who's O'Brien? 205 people in here, gang. Keep smacking that thumbs up if you haven't done that yet. Let's try to get to 200 likes if we can. I think we're at about 160 now. I agree too. I think Goodman and Jeffers would be a better acquisition for the Yankees than Adley Rutschman. And they're both healthy right now. O'Brien, Riley O'Brien from the Cardinals. Even Jojo Romero is another. We'll leave it at that. I don't know if he's going to be shopped or not, but I know they're shopping Riley O'Brien and also shopping Ivan Herrera, their catcher, as well. And apparently, 163 likes. Somebody's making the decisions on bullpen. I don't know who it is. It's not Boone. You know that. But he's being overruled by people. I don't know who. Yeah, I like Goodman too. Yeah, Stanton's got a full no trade. He's a 5-10, so he can veto any trade. I don't know if he would approve a trade anywhere. But imagine him just saying, I want to go to the Reds, man. Okay. We'll accommodate that. Well, Jeffers hits, he crushes lefties. The problem is he's a rental. Astros are in on Trevor Larnach. That's an interesting one. I'm still looking for corroboration that the Yankees and the Mariners discussing Andres Munoz. Munoz and Rosarena would be a nice multiplayer trade. That would be a nice multiplayer trade. What do y'all think? If any multiplayer trades that happen, if any of them happen, which ones would you like? If they did one multiplayer trade, which one would make you guys happy? Please put them in the comments. Let us know. Let me know what you're thinking. Multiplayer trade. Exactly, Massa. They do have debt. It's easier spending other people's money. The Rushman trade is not official yet with the Red Sox. Otto Lopez, if he could play second, would be awesome. Unless you play him at short, you play Lombard at third. And Caballero at second. Something like that. Edwards, you could put there at second. The Yankees are working on trades. That's why. This happened last year too, Pixel. They made a bunch of trades in the last 2 hours, last 3 hours. Well, let's see. Two birds and one stone is right if they can. Yeah. Yeah, the Yankees got Luis Garcia yesterday from the Nationals. The lineup is not out yet, as far as I know. Yeah, it's not out yet. They play, I think, 7, so the lineup probably won't be out until about 4. Usually it comes out about 3 hours before the game. Well, keep in mind too, these major league player trades. It's a different adjustment period too. Those guys are coming from a non-New York environment to a New York environment. And not everybody can handle the New York environment. That's great. So there's just as little of a guarantee being traded from another place than is somebody getting called up. Added to the Red Sox is confirmed. Okay. Cool. Jeff Passan officially. All right. Adley Rutschman officially Red Sox. Cool. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I can't believe DeGrom shot down a trade. Yeah. Francisco Alvarez. I mean, I would take him, but not ahead of Hunter Goodman or Ryan Jeffers. Not ahead of those guys. Let's see here. See if we got anything else. Yeah, he has been optioned Max Schumann. But they did add a pitcher, Kevin Castro, so they're gonna move. They're gonna move a pitcher. They will move a pitcher. So that's That's my take on that. Let's see. I wonder if them calling up Castro means they're going to trade a reliever, and that's going to be a corresponding move. Something else. You can confirm that the Red Sox are going to win the AL just because they had Adley Rutschman? Let's see. Let's see. Three hours and 12 minutes. Garcia is going to help that offense. Remember, who were the Yankees' two prime catching targets? Jeffers and Hunter Goodman, right? That was their two prime targets, not Tyler Stevenson. Tyler Stevenson would be a fallback just like Adley Rutschman would have been. Right? Let's see. People keep complaining. Dodgers keep on adding while the Yankees sleep. Okay. So Yankees just add slapdick players just for the sake of adding players? Kyle Karros. I don't know enough. What do we know about Kyle Karros, Austin? Let's see. Hunter Goodman, Ryan Jeffers, Ivan Herrera, Tyler Stevenson. Let's see. Yeah. Right, Murders Row? Just for the sake of adding players, just going to add some dude. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then the people complain that it's a dumpster dive move, right? Or is he just waiting for the right moves, right? And last year they made a lot of moves. Not all of them were the right moves, right? Maybe he's being a little bit more selective this year. And like I said, there are less sellers than there are buyers. There's less teams to pick from because of the tightness in the playoff race in every division. I did not see that Joel Sherman's roasting the Yankees. I could care less, and he doesn't work for the Yankees anyway, so. Now let's see. What else the Yankees do? My guess is Curvin Castro's probably up here already or on his way. Yeah, exactly. He's not looking just to add people for the sake of adding people. Joel Sherman is buying into the talking points, the narratives for views and for clicks. I love when people who don't work for the Yankees do that. There's a reason why Cashman doesn't leak to you, Joe Sherman. There's a reason why. I'm sure that Manscaped did, huh, Buckeye? Oh, man. Liam Hicks was not one of the best catchers out there. I don't know who started peddling that narrative. It's not better than Goodman. It's not better than Jeffers. Buckeye. And again, selective listening. Liam Hicks would not have been a fit here. They're looking for a right-handed hitting catcher. He's not a right-handed hitting catcher. Right? So that's selective listening. People just go on Twitter, right? This is what they do. We do realize that Rushman was never a top target for the Yankees, right? And we're complaining that we didn't get him. Yeah, the Cubs got Reed Detmers. It's a nice cat. It's a nice get for the Cubs. I'm sure it will, Muffins. And we have the fair weather fans to thank for it. Who know more than the Yankees, who for some reason aren't applying for the jobs. We have over 3 hours left to the deadline. Exactly, Ray. Facts getting in the way. And I apologize for letting facts getting in the way of the Twitter talking points, social media talking points, the narratives. Ooh. My apologies for boring people with the facts. Yes, they're not. They're going to be making moves. We have to wait and see what they are. God bless, Kenneth. Always a pleasure, brother. I don't know why. I mean, the Red Sox must like something about it. I'm not sure. It's a good question. Maybe to keep him away from the Yankees, for all we know. I don't know. Hunter Goodman, Ryan Jeffers, Tyler Stevenson, Ivan Herrera, and there's probably other catchers that we're not even thinking about that are available. It is easy to just trade for this one man. It's easy to spend other people's money too. Exactly, Mark, too. Just because the Yankees want somebody, that doesn't mean they're going to get them. The other guys have to make them available. It's not that easy. Especially when your payroll is at or near the very top every year, which confirms the BS talking point is just BS, that they're cheap. Yeah. Exactly, Merjo. Why would a little folks think that facts can... Exactly. Oh my gosh. Up and coming. Adrian Castillo. Is he in the minor leagues right now? Or is he in the majors? Where is he? Big dumper. He's a left-handed hitting catcher also, I think, isn't he? Or is he a switch hitting catcher? Who's having a terrible, terrible year. Now, let's see. Yeah, they got Detmers. Yep. That's a nice little Red Sox got Adley. Yep. It's easy to criticize. Yeah, especially when it's not your money. When it's someone else's money, it's of course easy to just be critical of their spending without. This is why I have people on every year. We do the breakdown of the finances, so everybody has an understanding of what's being spent and where the money's being allocated. So that's just not like, well, Yankees is sending all this money. People don't even understand the difference between profits and revenues, right? And this is where the arguments just go to the trash. And then when people are using arguments from Twitter. Yeah. Detmers went to the Cubs. Reed Detmers went to the Cubs. Yeah. We got 3 hours to the deadline. 3 hours to go, baby. Joel Sherman, a fully operational Death Star. What does that mean, Joel Sherman? Okay. Apply for the job, dude, and do a better job. Since you know so much, Joel. Yeah, apparently they didn't like his medicals. That's a question to ask them, right? That's just the reporting on it. And plus, he's on the IL, so. Well, exactly, too. We didn't need right. Rushman's a fallback plan. He wasn't priority number one for catching. Let's see. Yeah. Well, they got two starters. They got Reed Detmers and Kevin Gossman, the Cubs, man. That's a nice little deadline for the Cubs there. Nice little Cubs. Nice little deadline. Right? And who knows? They got 3 hours left. They may do something else. Let's see. Yeah, I'm like 50-50 between Jefferson and Goodman. The likeliness. I prefer Goodman because he has controllability, but the likeliness I think is 50-50 right now, if I had to guess. But if the Rangers are listening to Wyatt Langford, it might be a decent idea for the Yankees to check in. Oh, there goes Luis Garcia. His first press conference with the Yankees gear on. He looks pretty sharp. Guy's got tattoos all over his left arm. He's sleeved up. Cool. They are getting other people because they have to. The roster is down to 37. Actually, 38. So they need to get 2 more guys. That's a good question too, Ken. Is that enough for the Cubs? Probably not. You know, it's like the Braves made some moves, the Phillies made some moves, but are they enough? The Brewers have not added a starting pitcher yet. They were favored to add Tarek Skubal, and then the Dodgers happened. So what are the Brewers going to do? Right? They're going to sit here and do nothing? I don't know. Exactly, Nathaniel. They you know, they didn't even face the absolute best of the Dodgers. But good for them. I'm not sure they were going to get a rise after they got Luis Garcia yesterday. That I'm not sure. Right. Now. Yeah, I think the main piece they offered Bradley Rushman was Elmer Rodriguez, it looks like. Yep. So Adley's officially a Red Sox. Bubik's officially a Dodger. Okay. Yeah, that was the first trade this morning. Luis Arias said of Phillies. Yep. That kind of got the ball rolling. And the Phillies added a reliever, Brooks Raley from the Mets. And in that Arias trade, they added another reliever too. So they added 2 relievers to the Phillies. Salfa Sane. I saw that on Twitter. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Yankees didn't like his medicals, and he wasn't a prime target for the Yankees anyway. So people are outraged that he didn't come to the Yankees. Adley Rutschman. The Red Sox got him. If I had to guess, the Yankees are more confident they're going to get a better catcher. They're more confident they're going to land either Goodman or Jeffers. We'll see. Yeah. Well, that too, yeah. Because folks are afraid, they keep hearing on Twitter that the Red Sox are going to take over the division and everything is that. They keep hearing that. We're going to hearing it on Twitter. Let's see. We have 3 hours, a little under 3 hours. 2 hours and 55 minutes. And then this becomes, and I'll stay a little bit after 6 because generally there's a couple deals that happen right before the deadline or at the deadline. They don't get announced until after the deadline. I want to make sure we don't miss any of those. Jeffers is still in play. The Twins have 3 catchers on their 26-man. So I expect one of them to get moved today. I think it's Alex Jackson, Victor Caratini, and Ryan Jeffers. So Red Sox are a good team, a scrappy young team. Yep. And they still may trade Jarren Duran. I know they're shopping him. We'll see beyond that. Yep. Now let's see. Let's see what happens next. Boston, I think they traded 2 guys for. Was it 2 guys for Rushman? Let's have a look here. Let's see. Anthony Jansen. Carlos Narvaez is also going to Baltimore. Narvaez is part of this trade too. And the Orioles are getting Endy Azakar, Kyson Witherspoon, and Harold Rivas. They're getting 5 guys for Adley Rutschman. Anybody read this? The Orioles are getting 5 guys, including the Red Sox starting catcher for Adley Rutschman. So now we're seeing Cubs have not yet acquired Reed Detmers. Something falling through here. Something's falling through here. Rushman went to the Red Sox for 5 players. Carlos Narvaez, one of the guys that went to Baltimore for Rushman. It was announced that he was traded, and now it's saying that he's not traded. So I don't know what's going on there. We'll have to wait and see. Tony, get that bottle of wine open, baby. Get that bottle of wine. Have some cheese. Got my cheese right here, baby. My cheese right here. Narvaez not hitting. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Ken. Yeah. Boston gave up a lot, man, for Russman, man. Another overpay. They overpaid for the kid from the Nationals last week, and now this one. Right? Yeah, and now we're pissed off that the Yankees didn't do the same to Rushman. Yeah, I don't think so. See, nobody looked at the return. They just, it looks like they're just listening to what people bitching on Twitter. And then when I just announced the return, which is public, now people are like, oh, wait a minute. This is why it's important to fact check. Right? I don't give a damn what Joel Sherman says. He can attack the Yankees. But the fact is, they will get Bellinger back, and they will get Judge back. At least those two this year. Who they add to them, I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. You have 5 guys for Rushman. 5 dudes. The Padres just got Luke Weaver. What? Really? Is that real? Hold on. Did the Padres get Luke Weaver? Is that true, Steven? Thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Boston will pass in his vision this year. Well, everyone is happy that Boston gave up a lot. This is why we lose. Well, I wouldn't say I don't necessarily agree with you, but thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate that. Boston gave up their starting catcher. So, wait, look to the Pirates, not the Padres. The Pirates. Wait a second. Hold on here. And why did the Orioles want Weaver or LeGrand? And they settled for that. Right? That's why it's important to have a clear understanding of what happens in these trades and what doesn't happen in these trades. Now let's see if the Pirates, okay. Let's see if it's real. See if we get any confirmation here. Yeah, now we're hearing conflicting reports on the Cubs and Reed Detmers. Doesn't assure you a ring. That's right. Neither does trading for expensive players. Right, Cecilia? Neither does trading for expensive players. That doesn't guarantee anything either. Nothing guarantees. But at the very least, we can share accurate information. That's, at the very least, that's what I'm going to do. We were to the Pirates. That will be a get for the Pirates. I mean, the Mets are definitely doing a teardown. That's for damn sure. Let's see. Most expensive thing. Jeff Passan just reported it. Okay, so Luke Weaver to the Pirates. Wow. That's a big one. The Brewers are favorite for home. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. O's got 5 players in the Adley trade. 4 prospects and their major league catcher, Carlos Narvaez. Let's see here. Well, good for him to go to the Pirates. If they don't get the catcher they want, then I think they'll do a multiplayer trade, probably for a pitcher and an outfielder. But we'll see, right? We got 2 hours and 45 minutes left to the deadline. It's 3:14. Everybody smack the like button if you haven't done it. If anybody here is not subscribed, please make sure you subscribe to the channel and turn on those notifications. We're always keeping everybody in the loop of what's going on. Braxton Garrett, didn't they just add another pitcher? They added Kevin Gausman, and maybe Braxton Garrett to the Cubs means, according to ESPN, maybe that means Reed Detmers is falling through. Garrett's a left-handed starter from the Marlins, right? Maybe that means, yeah. Maybe that means Reed Detmers is falling through. So I'd be surprised if they added 3 starters. That would be kind of crazy. All right. And Jeff Passan generally is top of the line in reporting the breaking news, not like on the verge of, usually the breaking news. Now his next move is going to be. This is true too, Mazza. We want the Yankee fans to get. We want the Yankees to get everybody. Yep. Let's see. Cardinals are in New York. Yeah, they could make a. They could make a trade. They could just trade. Shift dugouts. It's kind of crazy if he were. Yeah, he is working smartly. He's being very strategic, Brian Cashman. Not going to just get some slapdick guys, like I said earlier, for the sake of getting them. Just because other guys are loading up on players that probably not going to be difference makers. I mean, the Yankees should. I'll probably grade the Yankees at the end of the deadline, but I'm going to wait. Not until then. We're waiting for a paranormal. We're waiting for it. Yeah, now we're hearing Detmers has not been traded, but now we're hearing Braxton Garrett is going to the. Oh, wait a minute. It looks like Clay Holmes just got traded to the Brewers. Anybody seen this too? It looks like I'm not worried. I'm not really worried yet, Kenneth. I'm not really worried yet. It looks like the Brewers have just added Clay Holmes. Let's see if we got any more. Waiting for confirmation on Clay Holmes to the Brewers here. Man, the Mets are. Wait, hold on. What is that? Yeah, Holmes to Milwaukee. Well, we'll see. I'm looking for corroboration on that. I'm waiting to see if. I'm waiting to see if we get corroboration on the Holmes to Milwaukee. Maybe it's not official yet. Maybe they're working on it. We'll see. Yeah, it's a monster overpay. That's a monster overpay for the Red Sox. I appreciate your super chat. Thank you. No, we're getting more than we have to get JXV. Thank you for the super chat too, by the way. We have to get more. The roster's at 38. They have to add. The Brewers got Dustin May. Wait a minute. They just made a trade with the Cardinals? The Brewers? In division trade? Is this true? Oh my goodness. And the trade, yeah, Jacob deGrom did block a trade to the Braves. That's confirmed too. He did not want to go to the Braves. Wow, okay. I wonder where he would go, where he would not block a trade to. Now let's get confirmation here and see if this is official with JoJo and Dustin May to the Brewers. That'd be a big, and if they can add a starting pitcher, that would be pretty big significant too. Garcia is going to play first base in DH. Arise got traded to the Phillies. Maybe does want to stay in Texas. Murders Road, thank you again for the super chat too. Appreciate you. I hear you, brother. There's a lot of gloom and doom, man. There's a lot of gloom and doom. Ken Rosenthal reported that the trade from the Cardinals to the Brewers. Okay. Yeah, Luke Weaver is John Heyman official. Top prospect Sammy Stafura is coming back to the Mets. Sammy Stafura. So Ken Rosenthal reported the trade. So Romero and Dustin May to the Brewers. All right. Yankees are just waiting. They're waiting, right? Cashman does a very good job of waiting out the market. Cohen's 5 year. Yeah, no kidding. Should have been a 10-year plan. Ollie. Yeah, I mean, the massive overpay for the Red Sox for Adley Rutschman. Massive overpay. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, true. I'm with you there too. I'm not going to fret that the Yankees passed on Adley Rutschman. Mm-hmm. Well, Yeah, they added Rushman, but Luis Garcia that the Yankees added yesterday is a better bat than Rushman. So if we were saying the Red Sox got better, so did the Yankees, right? Yeah. Dustin Maine, Jojo Romero headed to Milwaukee. If I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna guess Milwaukee's still gonna try to add a like a frontline starter. Like a Casey Mize, like a someone else. Yeah. Massive overpay for Adley Rushman. Let's see. See what else we got here. The Yankees are making a late push for Hunter Goodman from the Rockies. Brian Cashman is pushing hard for Hunter Goodman. Just got that one. Didn't I say he was target number 1 for like a month now? Looks like he still is. See if they can actually get over the finish line now. I'm hearing that from the inside guy. Hey, I'm hearing that from the inside. Let's see if they can put it over the finish line. But Cashman's keeping his bullets in the chamber for a big piece. Now, Cashman waits. He waits. He's very good at waiting out the market. People call it sleeping. He's waiting. Exactly to Guillermo. He fills both needs. Right-handed hitting bat and the catcher. Yep. Austin Wells will provide the defense. Hunter Goodman would provide the offense. That's not a report. It's from the inside, Mazza. Let's see. I'm not sure that they would be able to trade for those guys from the Guardians. The Guardians added Hedges and Kate Smith. The Guardians added Joe Adell today, so I'm not exactly sure that they would be selling, but you never know. Yeah, the Cubs got Braxton Garrett. No, Goodman's a righty bat. Goodman is a right-handed hitter. Catcher. Let's see. Let's see what they can do here. If Adley wasn't injured, I'd say no, I would not. I would not take Adley over Goodman. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're available, Manuel. Those guys from Cleveland. I think they're adding pieces over there. I'd be surprised. I would be surprised if they did, but can't hurt. They made an offer. Yeah, let's see if they can push Goodman over the top here, over the finish line. We'll see. Yeah, the Twins would be wise to trade Jeffers because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, and I highly doubt he's going to re-sign with them. He's a Scott Boras client too, so he's not going to come cheap. Yeah. I think Luke Weaver's going to flourish over there in Pittsburgh. That's good. Yeah, it looks like the Cardinals are making some moves too here. So they offloaded some guys so far. We'll see if they offload any more. Then you got Riley O'Brien. You got Ivan Herrera. Let's see. Alec Burleson. What do we like about Alex Burleson? I haven't heard anything further about the Yankees and the Mariners talking about Andres Munoz. That I have not heard. Anything else on that end? All right. I don't know if Cindy will be part of the deal. I think Goodman's going to cost enough. If they somehow like Andres Munoz, that would be kind of be nice. Mazza and I have been talking about Munoz for years. We have at least 2 years, maybe even longer than that. Let's have a look and see here. The Mets have traded away a lot of guys today. Clay Holmes, Luke Weaver, Brooks Raley, Freddie Peralta. Yeah, today and yesterday. Yeah. Get a lot of prospects in return, though. Go get him, Cecilia. Doyle to the White Sox. And if he's also live. Yep, he's live. Anybody in here is not subscribed, please make sure you hit that subscribe button. Please make sure you hit that like button too. I don't want you to miss anything. Always make sure you know you're in on the know. The Mets, yeah, they do. The Mets are having a little bit of a fire sale. So the Angels. I'm curious to see if Detmer's that trade is resurrected somewhere. I guess we'll see. It looks like the Cubs thing happened and then didn't happen. So my guess is it's not happening now. Weaver to the Pirates. Holmes to the Brewers. Tyron Taylor, yes. And Luis Robert Jr., that's right. They trade those two guys. That's like almost a full tear down. Yeah. They could upend the whole deadline if they traded Lindor. Yep, Dustin May, Jojo Romero. They added some. Yeah, Jack Curry did say the Yankees would be making multiple trades for deadline. Yes. Yeah, I don't, I'm surprised at the Munoz thing myself, Ken. I really am. And I'm not seeing any corroboration on it anywhere. So. Let's see. If you're going to move top prospects for somebody, it's got to be a full-time player. And Goodman's a full-time player. He's young. He's got 3 more controllable years. So, yeah. I'm not surprised. I mean, Jordan Walker would be untouchable. Yeah. J.J. Wetherholt, yeah. Those guys are young building blocks for the Cardinals. So, I could totally understand that. Totally understand that, why they would not be made available. Excuse me. I'm wondering what would be the price for a Hunter Goodman. That ain't going to be cheap. Yep, Robbie Ray to the Padres. Yep. Luis Arias to the Phillies. Yep. The Mets, like, they gave up top prospects last year for Luis Robert and Freddie Peralta. Now they're trying to, resurrect or reinvigorate some of that farm, restock it, but they're not getting the same quality that they gave up last year. But they're making a lot of volume trades right now. I don't know. We'll see. And what players' names are going to be? It's going to be a combination of arms and bats, I think, if I had to guess. Let's see. Let's see. Let's have a look here. All right. Let's see if we got any more intel here. I don't think Lombard's going to get moved either. Let's see. I agree. I wouldn't trade Jones or Lombard either. Although I do have a feeling that if Goodman comes, then either Jones or Dominguez is going to go to Colorado. And as well as other folks. And just imagine, like, if Jones goes to Colorado, I could see that dude hitting 40 home runs a year. Colorado, I can just see him doing it. Let's see. 2.5 hours to go. 2.5 hours to go. Last year it got crazy about 2 hours before the deadline. And like the last hour was Yankees, I don't know, they made like 3 or 4 trades the last hour. It looks like it's hopefully shaping that same way. Appreciate you all coming on. We've got 220 people in here. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all joining and hanging out. That's a massive overpay for Adley Rutschman from Boston. Let's have a look and see what else we got. Let's see. Let's have a look. All right, waiting for the next batch of moves to come in. That's going to be the next one. It ends at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Yep. I mean, I predicted Camilo Duvall to the Pirates. I go back and look and see what else I predicted. I'm not sure I predicted. Yeah, some of these trades are kind of surprising. I didn't predict Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Yeah, the Cubs. They got Braxton Garrett, and yesterday they got righty Kevin Gausman. So they had 2 starters in the last 2 days. So good. It's a good deadline so far for the Cubs, getting the pieces that they need. Right. Let's see what else. All right. What do we got? Let's have a look and see. Look and see if there's anything. Yeah, let's quit repeating the same stupidity, please. Come on. It's starting to look like trolling. Padres have reached out to Dalton Vaulter. Yeah, I'm not surprised. No, they're not done trading. I know they're not done trading today. They can't be. Their roster has to get back up to 40. They have to fill 2 spots. Stanton's hitting live today and tomorrow. Off Clark Schmidt today, off Carlos Rodon tomorrow. Yankees are pushing hard for Hunter Goodman right now. Let's see if they can get that over the finish line. That's going to be a key one. I got some footage of here, Stanton taking live batting practice against Rodon. Let me know if you can hear this. Come on, Rodon, pitch. Hear that? Live batting practice. Stan didn't take a swing. These 2 pitches that shown here. Gotta show us something more than that. Stanton was standing there. I don't know. I'm not too confident in Stanton's ability to to last through his contract. Yeah. Rockies acquired Mason Adams and shortstop Carlos Fiona from the White Sox in exchange for Brendan Doyle. Okay, nice little trade. All right. Depth piece trade. Good. Those things happen too. Let's see. Oh boy, it's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy soon. I only saw 2 pitches there from Rodon, but neither one of them he swung at. I don't know if they were pitches, but we're also waiting for Rodon to come back too. No. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, Weaver to the Pirates. Yep, and Clay Holmes to the Brewers, and they got Holmes. They got Dustin May and JoJo Romero. Whew, they added 3 arms. Holmes might be their starter, and the other 2 might be their relievers. Since they didn't trade for Skubal, I was confident they were going to add some arm. Maybe Holmes is the arm they get from the starting rotation. Brewers are definitely loading up on pitching. Yep. I don't want to jinx this. I don't want to jinx this, Nathan, but I know they're pushing hard for, right now, they're pushing hard for Hunter Goodman on the Rockies. The guy I said was their top target like a month ago. Mm-hmm. Looking to see if we got anything else here. So that's Riley O'Brien's another one, potential from the Cardinals. The Cardinals already traded away 2 of their pitchers today. Sent them to the Brewers. In division trade. In division trade, man. Let's see. Let's see. Realistically, it's probably going to be ERC, either Jones or Dominguez. I hope Dominguez. I think it'll be 2 arms and 2 bats. That's what I think. Could be Hess. They need some pitching too, so a major league bat and maybe one major league arm or 3 prospect arms, something like that. Something similar to what Maz is before. I have a feeling they'll ask for more, but we'll see. I would drive him too. We could take shifts, Justin. If you want, take shifts. Driving him to Colorado. Zephyr John to the Cubs. Who's that? Who's that? I'm waiting to see if Dominguez again. He's the major league bat. I think they can move. Yep. He's the bat I think can get moved. Zephyr John's a reliever. Okay. The Cubs just acquired another reliever. Cubs are loading up on arms too, if that's the case. Cubs, the Brewers, the NL Central. Loading up on arms. From the Angels, okay. So is he the guy going from the Angels to the Cubs instead of Reed Detmers? I wonder if that's the adjustment there. Yeah, Bryce Harper's going back to right field. Start the third. Yep. Yep, Boston got Adley Rutschman. They gave 5 dudes for him. Massive overpay for Adley Rutschman. Massive overpay. Even the baseball people up here, the scouts, and they're shocked at how much they gave for Rutschman. This one's going to be it. What's a World Series winning move? Celia. What is a World Series winning move? His strikeouts do not stop his offensive production. Just like Spencer Jones' strikeouts don't stop his offensive production. Yeah, and they also swept the Dodgers, and they didn't face Yamamoto. They didn't face any of their top guys. So let's not hand the Red Sox the title just yet. Yeah. He can't be done. Jojo Romera's a bullpen, a reliever. He's going to the Brewers. Right? And good for the Red Sox. They've been on fire for the last month. Absolute fire. What's his name? Luis Garcia is hitting 283, yeah. Right. Maybe that's Zephyr John is the guy that they're acquiring from the Angels instead of Reed Detmers, because now we're hearing that Reed Detmers trade did not happen. So, yeah. 2 hours and 9 minutes left. 2 hours and 9 minutes left. Yamamoto is money in postseason. He is money in postseason. Let's see. Zephyr John, huh? It was the same thing last year. Just like last year, CL, they did nothing 2 hours. And then all of a sudden they struck. And again, that doesn't. You're not going to just make stupid moves for the sake of making moves. You're going to make the right moves. Let's see. Yeah, the Cubs, the Cubs have added some pitching today. Added some pitching. They're busy. The Mets fans were always bragging about they were the big brother in New York and blah blah blah. They were going to be the win the World Series. Yankees were going to make the playoffs, and as soon as they got Soto in free agency at the winter meetings, they were trolling the hell out of us, right? Trolling the hell. I mean, none of these things have happened. None of these things have happened. Tyler Stevenson is a catcher for the Cincinnati Reds, Susan. Yeah, Cashman's pretty good at making last minute moves like the last 2 hours. Yeah. At least they got Soto. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Right now, it's the quiet before the storm, right? She's getting her narratives from one or two specific channels that pride themselves on misinforming people and don't do their homework. And they pose as connected people, and they're not connected. But that's all right. Celia is entitled to, if that's where she gets her opinions from, that's fine. Some catching, some relievers, right-handed hitting outfielder. There are guys out there. Right now, they're going to wait for the price to come down, too. This happens every single year at the trade deadline. Every year. Mm-hmm. That Lindor trade thing was not going to happen. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Yeah, the Padres have reached out about Dalton Varsho. They've also reached out to the Orioles about Jackson Halliday. Jackson Halliday's being shopped. Former number 1 pick is being shopped by the Orioles. Yeah, it tells us all we need to know. They do this every year. They wait for the last 2 hours they wait for the price to come down. Come in here and peddle the same garbage narrative that other people do on Twitter, and it never turns out to be true. Patience. The deadline is not over when you want it to be over. It's over at 6. You're clearly strategically adding pieces. The right pieces. And where are you getting your feelings from, Muffins? Because you push a lot of Twitter narratives. Why do you do that? Just out of curiosity. That's one of the talking points, yeah. Yankees are. I've said it. They're pushing hard to try to bring in Hunter Goodman from the Rockies. That will be a big bat, a huge bat. You add that to Luis Garcia. That's a big boost to the offense. Yeah, Jackson Holly was the number 1 pick. And he batted like 700 in the minors, and he came up and he stunk, and went back out. Where am I seeing what at, Muffins? It looks like Randy Rosarena and the guy from the Rangers, Wyatt Langford, I think his name is. It looks like those 2 guys are potentially in play. It's not news. I don't deal on Twitter. I deal on the inside, Muffins. That's inside news. It's better than Twitter. No, did not trade Jackson Holliday. They're talking about with the Padres about Jackson Holliday. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm going to wait and see if they can get the Goodman deal over the top. That's a big trade if it happens. A huge trade if it happens. Langford, he's got control years. Rosarena, I think, is a free agent at the end of this year. I'd have to go back and check his contract. I appreciate that, Mr. Perskio. I don't know about that, but I appreciate the kind words, man. No, it was the same thing last year. No trade until 4 p.m. The deadline's at 6. This is where it gets. You got all these clowns clowning him on Twitter. They have nothing better to do than to troll and clown Brian Cashman on Twitter, which is just, again, the truth social of baseball and social media, where facts and knowledge go to die. Right? The Yankees do not leak deals that they're close to and so on. You're just going to hear it happen. Brian Cashman does not leak ever. Quietly works behind the scenes. Before you know it, something happens. Would I be disappointed if nothing else happens? Of course, we'd all be. But I don't think that's going to be the case because, again, they have to get the roster back up. And, again, they've already brought up Kervin Castro today. They optioned out Max Schumann to AAA for Luis Garcia, but they also brought up Kervin Castro. So it looks like a relief pitcher or somebody is going to get moved in a trade, or sooner, multiple guys are going to get moved in a trade. Because the 26 man right now seems to be a 27, but the 40 seems to be a 38. So it's askew right now, the numbers. Right? Yeah. Yeah, Schumann. I wish Wilby would have been optioned now, not Schumann. Schumann got more versatility here. Like I said, they were going to move somebody, a position player for Luis Garcia. We knew that because they had to. Right? I'm really curious to see what they're going to do. We know the needs. I mean, the needs: a right-handed hitting catcher and another relief pitcher. Right? That's been the need. It's been the needs for weeks now. It still remains. Luis Garcia does not address either one of those. A Rosarena, probably is a possibility. I don't know if it's going to happen, but he's available. What is this? Jake Rogers, what? Yeah, Giovanni Cruz was moved to the Nationals. How do you know the Red Sox are winning a ring, Marcus? How do you know that? Wait a second here. He is going. He has to. He has to go after people. Because the roster is not where it needs to be. So he has to make adjustments. Options, trades, and so on. No. We appreciate you. Again, you know, we're part of a tight group, Mazzy. You, me, NFE, Ken, like we just keep it real, dude. We keep it accurate. That's it, man. That's why you guys are my crew to talk baseball with. My crew is very small, and you guys are part of it. And I appreciate you guys. Because the price is waiting for the price to come down. You can't make the move unless the other team makes the player available officially. Unless the other team signs off on the trade. It's not only Cashman, it's the other team too. Right? Let's see. Yeah, Ryan Zefferjan, I think his name is, from the Cubs. They were initially supposed to get Reed Detmers, but apparently that trade did not happen or fell through. Something. So it sounds like he's right now still with the Angels, if I'm not mistaken. So they got another pitcher from the Angels. People are very frustrated because they're getting all the information from Twitter. I think there's 2 hours left. It's important to be patient, which isn't the easiest thing in the world to do, but I'm not going to listen to a bunch of crybabies who don't know what they're talking about. I'd rather wait and see what the Yankees actually do. Right? There's nothing to do with holding on to prospects. They're offering prospects. Other teams have to accept them. Right? Why people choose to listen to Twitter over what the Yankees actually do is their choice. I'm not going to participate in dumbing down the knowledge base of the people. No, I'm not worried, David. I don't worry. This happens every year with the Yankees. Every year. Let's see what we got here. Taking live batting practice again. I'm seeing more live batting practice of Stanton. Not swinging the bat. What kind of batting practice? Why are you going to put? He's just standing and not swinging the bat. Why are you putting that on Twitter? Why are you putting it anywhere? Yeah, I think they're going to add a catcher. Who? I don't know, but They have to. They acknowledge they had to. Brian Cashman said it multiple times. They're planning on adding a catcher. We have to wait and see who it's going to be. This is when Cashman does his work. Yeah, all these people here fire Cashman. They keep showing all the footage for Adley Rutschman. Yeah, you guys got to get a clue. Really. Have to wait for the prices to come down. Right. Let's see. Let's behave, people. Let's be nice. I don't want to start blocking people, man. This is a baseball chat. This isn't a Discord full of dickheads. There are other channels where people have to beat their chest and attack each other and do all that BS. This isn't one of them, unfortunately. We try to elevate the knowledge base of people here. We want to make sure that we're learning more, that we know more. Let's see. Yeah, we do not do that exactly. We got a couple of mods, but when I went from YouTube to this, it made it more difficult for me, almost impossible for me to add mods. But I keep an eye on what's going on here too. People get blatantly disrespectful. They let me know right away. And I'll zap people. I don't care who they are. What keeps me patient, David, is getting the right information, not overreacting to propaganda. Right? Knowledge is power. And 25 years of martial arts training keeps me calm. I'm not going to overreact to misinformation or propaganda. I don't do that. Don't need to. Jeff Passan, Dalton Varsho is going to the Astros. Look at that. So the Astros are adding now, huh? Okay. Let's see. Yankees have had a brutal schedule in the last 2 months. It does ease up for them, so there's that. Thankfully, right? Dalton Varsho to the Astros, huh? Interesting. I think the Yankees have 2 roster spots open that they have to fill. Yeah. You would think so, Guillermo, and Yankees are pushing hard to get him. People are complaining they didn't get Adley Rutschman, who was never a primary target for them. Like, oh my God, we should get Adley Rutschman because we don't want the Red Sox to get him. So instead, we're going to pass on our other guy, who's a higher rated prospect and a higher rated player than Adley Rutschman. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I do think the Yankees will get bullpen help. The Yankees, the lineup is out, Consigliere. Thank you. Let's see if I can pull this up. Tonight's game against the Cardinals. All right, here we go. For tonight's game against the St. Louis Cardinals, back at home in Yankee Stadium, Trent Grisham is leading off in center field. Ben Rice batting second at DH. Luis Garcia batting third at first base. Right in there, baby. Spencer Jones cleanup in left field. Jason Dominguez batting fifth in right field. Jazz Chisholm batting sixth at second. Ryan McMahon batting seventh at third. Jose Caballero batting eighth at shortstop, where he should be. Austin Mose batting ninth at the dish. And on the mound is Cam Schlittler. Not too bad. That's the lineup for the Yankees. Let's take it to the Cardinals. The Cardinals are also, they're now down two relievers as well. Right? It's not a bad lineup. What do you mean minor league lineup? What are you talking about, Jake? How's it a minor league lineup? Got Luis Garcia in there. You got the best outfielder in there, Spencer Jones. He's also the fastest guy with the most power and the best defense. Now let's see here. Well, Volpe hasn't been there, so maybe Volpe could. I think he could benefit. You send him to a place like Kansas City or I don't know, Cincinnati or whatever. Send him to a lower key environment. I think he can flourish. I think he's reached his peak with the Yankees in New York. I really do. Let's see here. Let's see. Still waiting on something. Well, I don't know. I don't think he'll be the headliner to a Goodman trade. I think it's going to be one of the bigger bats. I mean, just like yesterday's game, Huascar Bresabon from the Mets was hugging players in the middle of the game because he got traded to the White Sox. He's the other reliever they added. You saw him going around hugging players in the dugout, his teammates. That's what Caballero did last year, was hugging his teammates. Got traded to the Yankees mid-game. You realize the Yankees have traded away like 4 dozen prospects in the last couple deadlines? The Dodgers play by a different financial paradigm than everybody else. The Yankees are also paying $100 million a year for their new stadium, and $140 million a year revenue sharing. They don't have an additional $70 million coming in for free in revenue like the Dodgers do because of that TV deal. Right? Major League Baseball did not create that specific loophole for the Yankees like they did the Dodgers. It doesn't matter, Ohtani. The Dodgers have 2 championships, not Ohtani. Comparing Ohtani, the BS. Stop the BS. Ohtani versus Judge. I mean, I'll take Judge over Ohtani any day of the week. You ain't gonna be able to beat me for that. You're not smart enough, David. I'll tell you that right now. No, it's not a cop-out. I know we're the Yankees. Judge will get a chip. I'm confident in that. Yeah, Dodgers have unfair revenue sharing. Additional about $100 million coming in that's not taxed. It's not subject to revenue sharing either. And the only team in baseball that gets that is the Dodgers. The only team. Why is that? They're owned by a hedge fund. There's no other team that has that. Not one. Yeah. Let's see. Looking forward to seeing Luis Garcia tonight. I'm confident he gets one. I don't care if he's in his 30s. So is Ohtani. I'm confident he'll get one. I'm not a fair weather fan. Who's talking about getting rid of Lombard? This is true too, Yankees baseball, yeah. They're setting an unfair standard here that only the Dodgers can capitalize on. I don't care what Ohtani has. I don't care. Don't care. Judge beat him every year when they were in the same league for MVP. Okay, so why are we comparing the player to player? That's what you're doing. His team has the ring. If they didn't have Yamamoto, Ohtani would not have the ring. If they didn't have Freeman, Ohtani would not have the ring. Okay? This is not a Dodgers channel. Yes, we know Ren Rice is going to be a first base and a DH. He's not going to catch. Whatever you say, David, you're entitled to your opinion. You know the Dodgers are being investigated, right, for unfair business practices, too? That's public knowledge. It's been made public. They're being investigated by Southern District of New York. That's the district that took down the mafia. You do realize that not everybody wants to come to New York, right, David? This is not LA. LA is a picnic compared to New York media. A picnic. Jeff Passan is putting out there why it makes sense for Atlanta and the Mets to trade Juan Soto. Yeah, imagine that. My God. ESPN, huh? It's a much easier environment in LA than it is New York. Much easier. I didn't say anyone. I said not everyone. Don't try to put words in my mouth, dude. All right? It's a fact, not an excuse. Cliff Lee didn't want to come here. Why? Because asshole Yankee fans threw food at his wife when she was in the stands when he was with the Guardians. Fans threw food at his wife and drinks at his wife. That's why he didn't come here, Cliff Lee. Greg Maddux didn't come here either, right? Why? Because George Steinbrenner's representatives didn't show up to the negotiation. Why did Barry Bonds not come here? George Steinbrenner gave him a 2-hour time limit to agree to a contract. I don't hear any of that stuff, right? I'm going to put it all out there. Might as well say that. Might as well, come to the conclusion and admit that. Oh yeah, we also had a trade. Brian Cashman had a trade for Vladimir Guerrero Sr. He was overruled by George Steinbrenner, who signed Gary Sheffield instead. Hmm? No, I'm not saying you're not calm, but we got to put it all out there. I don't do one side of the story. I do the full story. I don't do narratives. Other channels do. I'm not obsessed with trying to blame Brian Cashman there and Hal Steinbrenner and all this stuff. Try to cater to George Steinbrenner. I'm not doing that. Right? These are all facts. They're all public record. They're all part of the story. Ken Griffey Jr. didn't come here either. Why? Because they were racist to his dad, George Steinbrenner. Even Ken Griffey said that. Right? Guerrero would have been fantastic in pinstripes. My God. I would have loved it. I was so excited. Oh, Terry. Too bad. Gotta be a dick. Unfortunately. Yeah, well, a lot of people want, a lot of people just want to complain. Right? Casey Schmidt is injured. No, I'm not going to complain, Muffin. I'll acknowledge my disappointment, but I'm not in sixth grade. Other channels can complain all they want because that's all they do now. Mm-hmm. I'm in the solutions space, not in the tantrum space. That's for kids. That's child's play stuff. I would rather keep Jones, Andrew. I'm right with you there, Tony. Somebody saying, Casey Schmidt's right there. Blah, blah, blah. Get it done. He's on the IL, Casey Schmidt. It would be nice, but he's on the IL. Yeah. George Steinbrenner wouldn't let Ken Griffey Sr. bring on his son, Ken Griffey Jr., on the field to play. Meanwhile, right across there was Craig Nettles and his kid playing. Ken Griffey Jr. would acknowledge that he thought he was racist against his dad, George Steinbrenner, and some of the other Yankees. George Steinbrenner. Ken Griffey Jr. openly acknowledged this. That's why he never signed with the Yankees, because of the way he treated his dad. You think Ken Griffey Jr. is lying? Is that what you're saying, Grillo? Is that what you're saying? You think Ken Griffey Jr. is lying? Who's on the mound for the Cardinals? Is it a righty or a lefty? Let's have a look and see tonight. Michael McGreevy. Michael McGreevy. AC 11. Right-handed pitcher. Okay. Yeah, well, it's an hour and a half to go. Yeah, Duvall and Bird, that's addition by subtraction, too. Appreciate you, Yankee Baseball. Yep, Dave Winfield, that's right. He hired a bookie to manufacture dirt on Dave Winfield to try to sabotage him, and that's why he was banned from baseball. Yeah, my kids they're upstairs running crazy, Tony, upstairs. I had 3 of them, and then one of their friends is here from camp, so it's a house full of girls upstairs. God knows what they're doing upstairs. I wish I was running a daycare. I would get paid for that. They're upstairs from camp with my wife, and I can't quiet them down. Otherwise, I guess they'll come down and yell at me. So, yeah. Yeah, well, okay. I mean, 4, 6, and 8. Let them burn some energy. So, let them burn some energy. They'll be nice and quiet tonight. They'll go to bed. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Luis Garcia here. I'm very much looking forward to it. New York City, Manhattan. Let's see here. Let's have a look here. My God, those girls are nuts upstairs, right? Yeah. Well, my wife is upstairs with them, so I can't go upstairs and yell at them and be quiet. They'll come down and completely beat the crap out of me. So, let's see. Yeah, just waiting on some. It is sugar. You got that right. Yeah. Speaking of which, I got my apple slices here. Sleeping. Yeah, people keep putting that up on Twitter. That's all they got. That's all they got. People act like it's that easy to just trade for somebody, especially that the Yankees need. Yankees wanted to trade for some regular dude. They would have done it already. but they're not. They're going for top flight players. And I saw that, Ken. Thank you. The Cubs are requiring right-handed reliever Ryan Zervajan. I guess that's in place of Detmers because he's not going to the Cubs now. So, oh my God, what the hell are they doing up there? Let's see. I mean, these are they care exactly. Let's see. Yep. Let's have a look. I'm waiting for some passing reporting and for some Jack Curry reporting as well. Yep. I'm hoping so too, Stephen B. I really am, bro. I really am. I'm keeping an eye on. We haven't had any substantive moves from anywhere, so it looks like they're really buckling down now. Remember, I mean, the market is smaller than we were hoping for. There's a lot more buyers than there are sellers, right? A lot more buyers than there are sellers. Let's see. Hang on 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that, gang. I had to go ask him to be quiet. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's true. Most of the moves, like every year, most of the big moves at the deadline come in the last hour to 90 minutes. We are in the last 80 minutes, 83 minutes. That's why I'm not really buying the Joel Sherman narratives either. Joel Sherman, he always takes pokes at Brian Cashman. Which has nothing to do with wanting to win or not. The Rockies have to participate. They have to agree to the trade. The Yankees are pushing. The Rockies have to. It takes two to tango. It's not. Do they want to win or not? You got to keep it up. You got to keep that in mind. Both sides have to be in agreement. Just because the Yankees want somebody doesn't mean they're going to get him. Padres are looking to your left-handed bats. We got a couple. We got a reliever we need. Starts with M and he rhymes with Ace and Miller. All right. Let's see. Aston Boston, Tampa Bay. The starting Aston Boston. Yep. The Yankees don't leak anything, Ray. Nothing. They don't leak anything. I'm waiting to see them. I'm waiting to see Stephen B. I want Hunter Goodman, man. Then I can see a multiplayer trade or something. I see a couple trades happening the last hour. They're not making excuses. Who told you to make any excuses, Cameron? You think it's that easy? It's not that easy. No, it's not a failure of a deadline, Chef. Deadline's not over yet. And they're not going to just bring in players for the sake of bringing players. They want to bring in the right guys. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Or otherwise, fans are going to complain and say it's a dumpster dive trade if it's not the player that they wanted to get, right? Yeah. Gotta wait and see. Gotta wait and see. Well, exactly. You can't throw out the bat signal and just do that. I wish you could, but you can't. Yeah, well, exactly. They don't deal in facts and reality. They deal in narratives. That's why they listen to certain channels who spend their entire time complaining and trashing people all the time. They're the least knowledgeable channels out there, too. Always. Always. I'm a little surprised. Well, I'm not surprised Weaver got moved, but to the Pirates, I'm a little surprised. But, that's a good. They're giving Duvall a little bit of support, too. So, and and exactly, they're not the only ones who want Goodman. So they're probably in a bidding war right now for Hunter Goodman. Whatever you say, Celia. Always, Reggie, man. Always, man. We don't know. We don't know what the Yankees are offering, unfortunately. So, and we're not going to know until after the trade either happens or doesn't happen. Usually, if they make a trade with someone else, then then we'll know what they give up. They can get Springer, yeah. I think they're going to add a right-handed hitting outfielder, catcher, and a reliever. Wait and see. Right. Let's see. Yeah, I think the Rays will make Freddie Peralta better. Nolan Hoffman, relief pitcher from the Phillies, going to the Royals. Okay. All right. Royals making some depth moves there. Let's see. The Dalton Varsho trade is close. They're reviewing medicals now, and the pitcher going back to the Blue Jays would be pitcher Spencer Arrighetti. It looks like that's the trade. Spencer Arrighetti would be going to the Blue Jays in exchange for Dalton Varsho. Well, the Red Sox were inquiring on Goodman, but now they got Adley Rutschman, so that's to take them out. The rest of them, I'm not sure. Yeah, can I put the lineup out too, man? I like Garcia at third, batting third at first base. Yeah, well, it's not a bad return for Toronto since they traded Gausman away to the Cubs. They're replacing him, so. Easy, thank you again for the super chat, brother. That's why I mentioned martial arts. I'm thankful for it. It keeps me calm. You have some guy trying to make it sound as if I was like acting tough or threatening people. No. That's not the case. That's why the jackass got blocked. A lot of activity, Nelson. A lot of activity. We're waiting. The magic hour is coming. It's where the Yankees are hopefully going to make some magic here. A lot of trades have happened. A lot of trades. The Mets kind of tearing down. The Angels tearing down. The Yankees are pushing hard to try to close a trade for Hunter Goodman from the Rockies. It's important. Easy focus, discipline, just breathing. Clay Holmes to the Cubs with Tyrone Taylor. Really? Is that for real? Is that official, Anthony? Clay Holmes to the Cubs with Tyrone Taylor? Man, the Cubs are not playing. Wow. Is that true? Cubs are adding some pieces, huh? John Heyman. As always, appreciate you too, Ken, man. I'm sure the Yankees gonna pull. I wouldn't be surprised if they pull Springer. I would not be surprised at all, brother. Not at all. Yeah, not bad. Not bad for the Cubbies. Their division's pretty easy to close out, especially the Brewers haven't done anything. I mean, this is a time to capitalize with the Brewers not making any moves. The Cardinals not making any moves. The Reds not making any moves, right? So this is the time for the Cubs to go for it. I mean, the Brewers have added a couple of relievers, but that's about it. And initially, it looked like Holmes was going to the Brewers, but if he's going to the Cubs, it's pretty solid. And they definitely want the Brewers out of their way. So Garcia is a better first baseman than second baseman. He's a plus defender, relatively league average, which is better than Ben Rice. Right now, he's still developing, Ben Rice at first base. So I think they missed out. Also, not re-signing Pete Alonso as well. He was their franchise guy, man. He really was. Let's see. Let's see. Warland. Yeah, if I'm trading Jones or Dominguez, I would rather trade them to the National League if we're going to get a good piece back. No doubt about it. I don't want them punishing us for a decade. Jefferson Rojas going to the Mets. Okay. Mets getting something. Yeah, welcome to the family, Nate Baseball. Welcome to the family, brother. He's a much better defender at first base, Garcia. Yeah, I mean, Springer's kind of on the back end of his career, but he's money in the playoffs. Oh. We're going to wait and see who he brings in. You know, he has options. We'll see who they can get over the finish line with. It's this way every year. We are down to an hour and 10 minutes, 70 minutes. Yeah. Our team is better. We added a lefty bat. We refined the bullpen, got rid of some of the wasted, the unproductive guys. Tyler Wells to the Rays. Tyler Wells. Who's that? Somewhat. He's a negative defender and catcher, but he's also, we don't want to risk getting him injured. Tyrone Taylor and Clay Holmes from the Mets. The Mets are definitely tearing down, man. They're tearing down. Yeah, 70 minutes. Tyler Wells traded to the Rays. Okay. All right. Rays against some depth pieces. Soto, yeah, I mean, Soto, I mean, it's pretty clear he wants kind of making it about himself over there, but we'll see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Tatis now. I don't think Tatis going anywhere. I'd be surprised. Yeah, Blue Arrows. Varsho. Looks like it's official. Dalton Varsho to the Astros in exchange for Spencer Arrighetti. Yeah. Garcia is huge versus he crushes righties. Goldschmidt crushes lefties. That's going to be the platoon at first base. Yeah. Also, I think it's a sign that Very likely that Giancarlo Stanton. Don't expect him to either come back or don't expect much from him at all. Let's have a look and see. Tyler Wells. Let's see this guy, Tyler Wells. What is his? Two and 2 with a 267. Right-handed pitching reliever, 54 innings pitch. Decent relief arm. And the Rays are known for making pitchers better. The White Sox are getting Joey Bart from Atlanta. Okay. Tyler Stevenson. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Stevenson's not in the lineup. Goodman's not in the lineup. And these are also massive overpays too by a lot of teams. So Cashman's not going to do a stupid overpay just to bring in somebody. I've said that repeatedly for years. Right? A lot of monster overpays happening. That's a monster overpay for Adley Rutschman. Monster. Boy, a lot of roster shuffling for the Mets today. A lot of players out. All right, we're down to almost the final hour. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really put too much stock into what Joel Sherman says. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't work for the Yankees either, so. Let's see. Please give us something to work with. I don't care what Joel Sherman says, Celia. He doesn't work for the Yankees. Yeah, Jonathan, the Prime Minister, valuable, will join in for the final hour.
Wait, what? You know what happened in the last hour? My internet down, and until now.
Well, you didn't miss much. About a couple little trades here and there. The Mets just traded Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor to the Cubs. No, did you freeze? You froze? You got to remove them. Okay. We got an hour left. It's all right, Jonathan, man. It's all good, man. You just keep listening in, bud. Let me know, if you're seeing anything on your end and whatnot. It's all right, man. Yankees, Ken Rosenthal. Yankees are working on a trade for Heliot Ramos, right-handed hitting outfielder. Okay. Yankees are working on a trade for Heliot Ramos, right-hand hitting outfielder from San Francisco Giants. It's a young guy with quite a few controllable years. He's a solid player. I wonder what they'd give up for him. Let's pull up Heliot Ramos' stats here. Batting .264, 9 homers, got a WAR of 1. Bats righty, throws righty. Got 13 doubles. Usually averages over 20, 25 doubles a year. OPS in the mid-7s. So, bats. Yeah, I mean, his batting average is higher than the team batting average, so he'll elevate the average of the team. You in there now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jonathan? Keep freezing, man. Hey, Dro. What's up, brother? All is well here. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. You keep freezing, Jonathan. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Let's see.
I do. Ever since I got home, my internet.
Looks like the Yankees are working on a trade for Heliot Ramos from the Giants, right-hand hitting outfielder.
Yeah, I heard.
Thank you for the super chat. We need some righty bat with power who doesn't get on base. He's a lot bad fielder. Yeah, thankfully, he's got pretty decent contact skills. Batting average is higher than most of the guys we have right now. So we'll take that. And he's young. He's 26, and he's got 2 more controllable years beyond this year. He's a free agent in 2029. Let's see if I actually can. Oh, I lost Jonathan. Let's see if they can actually put this trade over the top. Heliot Ramos, another athletic outfielder. So let's see. Let's see. Heliot Ramos. Let's see if they can put this over the top. Let's see if they can put this Ramos trade over the top. They wouldn't keep adding guys if Jones and Bellinger weren't going to return. They wouldn't have added Garcia. They won't be adding Ramos either if those guys weren't going to return. Neither does Adley Rushman, Celia. Let's see. Get this trade over the finish line and then work on some more trades, Cashman. It's not official yet. At least they're working to finish the trade. And again, it's not going to be a starting outfielder. He'll be a fourth outfielder, especially now that they've optioned down Max Schumann. They're going to need another outfielder. So now it's Sherman and Rosenthal verifying this. Okay. Well, he's the right hand. He would be the right hand hitting outfielder. We'll see. And they're still looking to add a relief pitcher and a catcher. So we'll have to wait and see what they do here. Let's see what they do. Working on Ivan Herrera. Where you seen that? Ivan Herrera and Riley O'Brien would be nice. Heliot has an 11.5 value. Hey, maybe they'll move a bunch of Rule 5 guys for him. I don't know. We'll see. I guess they optioned Schumann because they're looking to bring in another outfielder. But Schumann was the corresponding move for Luis Garcia. So that means they're going to have to either trade a player or move on from somebody or DFA somebody, right? So we'll see what they do. You good now, John?
I think my router is messed up. I'm going to have to replace it.
Helio Ramos has a 302 batting average, 861 OPS against lefties. All right, well, that's good. Hits lefties well. Coach Carl, how are we doing, my man? For Ohtani. They're trying to finalize the trade for Helio Ramos. Somebody's saying that they're working on Ivan Herrera from the Cardinals, Jonathan. I don't know if you're seeing any of this. We are 1 hour away, guys. This is the magic hour.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on as long as I can, as long as my internet allows me.
Gotcha.
I'll have to get a replacement tomorrow.
They are still trying to get Goodman, yes.
Says the Yankees do not plan on getting Ben Rice behind the plate.
No, they do not.
Yeah, it looked like the only thing right now is Ramos.
Ramos, Garcia.
But thank you for your patience with my issues today.
I mean, it's all good, man. I understand, man. It happens. Let's see. Let's see what we got. We're an hour away, gang. I think, Joe, what did they catch for me? 4 trades in the last hour last year? So. They need a 4th outfielder because they optioned out Max Schumann. But if they bring him in, then another position player is going to go. Whether it's Rule 5 guys or someone else is going to get optioned out or traded in a separate deal. The Ramos deal done now we're hearing? All right, maybe he's a better option than somebody like Joe Waddell or Taylor Ward. So now it's time for a catcher and an arm. Catcher and an arm. It looks like this might be done. Helio Ramos. Let's see who goes in this trade. Fourth outfielder, yeah, Helio Ramos, right-hand hitting. Solid versus lefties, okay. Fills a need. No, I'm not clutching at straws. I'm reporting the news as it comes in, David. Got 50 minutes to go. 50 minutes to go. Now go to Tony. Here you go, Carl. All right, so Passan reported it. Now it's time to address pitching and catching. Right? Let's see. He's got a couple of controllable years too. We traded for Ramos. We didn't sign him. I don't think he's free until 2029. He's 26, so he brings youth to the outfield. But I also wonder if that means Dominguez or Jones is going to get traded. I haven't seen the return yet. I don't see the return package just yet. We'll see. Helio solid versus lefties. I'm going to take a look at his splits versus righties, but there's a chance at Jeffers or Hunter Goodman. Let's see if they actually pull it over the top. But I want to see who the return is for Helio Ramos. They gave up Henry Lalani, really? Let's see. I'm not seeing anything yet. Nothing yet I haven't seen. And remember, not every move is going to be flashy or needs to be flashy. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out which players are going to go back to San Francisco for Ramos. Somebody said that Henry Lalani is going to be one of them. You know, they've got a ton of pitching depth to trade from. A ton of pitching depth to trade from. Let's have a look here. All right. John's been doing one more try.
Yeah, I'm trying. I saw that they got Ramos.
Ramos from the Giants. Yeah, I don't know who the return is, though.
No, but hopefully.
If Jones, it doesn't matter that Jones and Dominguez are in the lineup. If they get traded, they'll come right out of the lineup.
Yeah. I'm gonna call my company and get a new router tomorrow. This one, for some reason, maybe I got hacked by MLB.
Maybe. Why are they getting Ramos? Because they needed a fourth outfielder. They optioned out Max Schumann today. They were looking for a right-handed hitting outfielder. And that's exactly what Ramos is. And he's got 2 more controllable years after this year.
Yeah.
So some people are saying that Henry Lalani is the guy that they sent to the Giants, but I'm not seeing it.
Lalani. Wow.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
I know there was a lot of people with high hopes on Lalani.
Yeah, let's see if that's
Carl's
giving you heat, huh? You froze again. Ay. All right. Sorry about that, Jonathan. Get the anti-catchment virus. Heliot Ramos, right-handed hitting outfielder, piece by piece. 127 WRC plus against left-handed pitchers, so he hits lefties well. Antonio Senzatella to the Brewers from the Rockies. All right. So that's a third reliever that the Brewers are adding. Holy moly. Senzatella, they added Jojo Romero, and they added Dustin May. I don't know if he's a reliever or like a spot, like a hybrid guy or a swingman. That's the third pitcher they added. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much official now, Stephen B. Yeah, the Brewers and Cubs definitely added some pieces. We have 45 minutes left. 45 minutes left. Yep, Henry Lalani. Henry Lalani is going to the Giants. Okay. Henry Lalani. Henry Lalani is going to San Francisco, Mazza. Henry Lalani for, I don't know if anybody else, but they said Henry Lalani is one of them. Let's see now. I do hooch catcher. I don't know, but we'll see if they can put this over the top. They were trying hard to close their Hunter Goodman deal, so we'll see. Confident because they acknowledge it and they need one. So. Let's see. Of course they're saying he's terrible in the outfield because it's not a flashy name. So everybody's got to crap on the moves that the Yankees make. If it's not the flashy name that people have been programmed to want, right, then they're going to crap on the move. He hasn't even come here yet. Got to let him play. He's young, too. Let's see. I don't know, Gilbert. I don't know. These people. Yeah, Heliot Ramos. If I had to guess, if Hunter Goodman happens, either Jones or Dominguez will be in that trade. Babe Ruth and Ted Williams to long-term deals. Close the door, girls. No. Nobody's coming down here. Okay, quickly, go. We'll see. I mean, it's the fourth outfielder trade. Fourth outfielder trade. A guy can hit lefties, which he can. So gives them some additional production while they wait for Judge and Bellinger to return. And since they optioned out Max Schumann today, they were going to bring in somebody. But now I have a feeling either Dominguez or Jones, if they bring in a catcher, one of those guys is going to be in the trade. Right? We'll see. So you have to wait and see. Marcelo Meyer to the Giants. All right. Let's see what we got here. Caden Kent also going to the Giants for Ramos. They must really believe in Dax Kilby. Belani and Caden Kent. And Marcelo Meyer from the Red Sox to the Giants in exchange for lefty reliever Eric Miller. Yep. Let's see if we can get confirmation. Haven't seen anything yet. Caden Kent and Lalani is a tough one. Yeah, that's done. Right. Helia. Ramos is done. Luis Garcia is done. Yeah, they've already announced they're moving Bryce Harper to the outfield after the Luis Arias. Yeah, I wish they would have kept Caden Kent. Yeah. Yeah, Helia Ramos is coming. Yeah, everybody seems to be overpaying for guys. Yeah. Yeah. This is right down. 35 minutes left. He's buckling down here, Brian Cashman. So see what he can do. Well, he's got 2 controllable years beyond this year, so well, we already know Lonnie kept getting hurt. He's getting healthy now, but he gets hurt too much, so yeah, he's got 3 more years after this year, actually. He's not afraid until 2030, looks like. So, all right. No, I don't hop on. I don't waste my time with the Fire Cashman trade. How is this trade horrible, Pixel Man? Please break it down for me. And they're still looking for another righty bat. Yeah. Senzatella, a nice little trade for the Brewers. Yeah. Let's have a look here. All right, 33 minutes to go. The magic half hour. Cashman never says that finish. Fans like to put words in his mouth and say that he says that because they get their talking points from Twitter. But people that actually do their homework and follow know that he doesn't say that ever. Well, the problem is the market's changed dramatically, Carl. right? There's a lot more. Who would have thought so many teams would be this close? I mean, there's only essentially 5 teams that I think that are kind of guaranteed to be out of contention. Beyond that, there's a heck of a lot more buyers than there are sellers, so it's slim pickings, which means you're going to have to dramatically overpay for players, which is what's happening in these trades. Adley Rutschman's not a World Series winning move. Even you know that. Look at his stats, progressively worse over the years, the offensive last couple of years. Stats getting worse. And he's not an elite defender like Austin Wells. So how is it a World Series winning move? Mm-hmm. Yep, 30 minutes to go. 30 minutes on the button until the deadline. Well, let's have a look. Still looking for a catcher and a right-handed bat and a relief pitcher. Going to have to be pretty creative this last half an hour, Ryan Cashman. Pretty creative. Okay. Okay. They don't need a shortstop, Pixel Man. Red Sox acquire outfielder Eli White. Eli White. It might have to happen, Justin. It might really have to. Yeah, they got Ramos from the Giants. Yep. Who Eli White is, I don't know. I think they're going to ultimately, cut ties. Foster Griffin. That's the guy that I predicted to go to the Yankees from the Nationals. He's going to Cleveland Guardians. Look at that, huh? Cleveland Guardians have added Griffin and Joe Adell. Let's look at something here. Okay. There's a lot of teams that are in contention, so a lot of players seem to be staying with their teams. People don't seem to understand that because, like I said, they rely on their talking points from Twitter and other YouTube channels who do nothing but complain and trash players, trash people. They ignore the facts in favor of the talking points. Right? Christian Franklin. Yeah, but if you think you can do a better job, then apply for Cashman's job. Right? "25 minutes to go." Eric Miller for Marcelo Meyer. Okay. Depth trade. There were a lot of minor moves made, not major moves. Let's see. Yeah, and both of the guys they got, neither one of them are rentals, which is good. I agree, yeah. I don't think this is a bad trade. It's not a flashy trade, obviously, but it's not a bad trade. Because he's not a good defender or catcher. He's not a good pitch framer as a catcher and risks his injury of his legs. And the Yankees clearly don't like him either, a catcher. The Minnesota Twins acquired Jeff Hoffman. Okay. From the Blue Jays. All right. All right. 23 minutes left. 23 minutes left. Delusional. I'm reporting the stuff as it comes in, dude. Yeah, go to another channel. Go troll someone else, dude. You're out of here. Waste my time, dude. Call me delusional. Reporting the stuff as it comes in, dude. So relax yourself. Let's see what happens here. I got 20 minutes left. 22 minutes left. Trolls are, they always troll hard, yeah. They always troll hard. Everybody in here, please hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And if you're not subscribed, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. I want to make sure that you know that you're always in on what's going on. We have a closer, David Bednar. No, let's see. School. That's what people are going to do. People are going to overreact. I mean, they've been doing it for hours, right? They've been doing it for hours. So. Let's see. What we got? I'm gonna try it again.
I'll try it. I'm trying. I think I think I need to replace my router.
Yeah, we have 20 minutes left to the deadline. 20 minutes left.
Yeah. Were you surprised that Henry Lalani was traded?
No.
No?
He gets hurt too much. I'm not. He's moved up to 5, but that's based on his potential.
Potential?
He's getting hurt. No.
Yeah, look, if these pitchers have value, then you might as well trade them for something you need. The bigger surprise would have been trading Lagrange.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen anyway. And I was no way I was going to trade it for Adley Rutschman.
Yeah, John, maybe I got hacked by some anti-baseball fans and my internet just shut down while I was trying to come on with Jason.
Let's see.
This house is provided to me by StreamYard.
They added this outfielder, so somebody's gonna get moved now. Somebody's gonna get moved.
Yeah, there's a bunch of moves probably less. Lalani, 6'27", 6'22", 6'7", lefty. I have a feeling you're going to hear a few more trades after the deadline in 18 minutes.
Yeah, I think he's trying to put in the finishing touches here, so we'll see what he does. That's why I'm not overreacting. Gotta wait and see. Finish this deadline out.
Well, Neil, you think you can come here and fix it for me? If you can drive 1,500 miles?
All right.
Brewers to acquire Antonio
Senzatella.
Yeah, a pitcher.
Yeah, from the Rockies.
Yeah.
They've added 3 relievers so far. Him, Jojo Romero, and Dustin May.
I'm surprised that the Yankees haven't added a righty catcher.
That's waiting to see the last. I wonder if they may do the multiplayer trade with the Cardinals. Ivan Herrera and Riley O'Brien, relief pitcher. I mean, Cardinals are in town. They can just walk across the field and go to the other clubhouse.
Because I thought the righty catcher was the biggest need.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
we'll see.
of course, Bobby Malone puts his trade value at an
I
over.
don't. That's a waste of time.
It is a waste of time.
Those numerals metrics, they don't factor in need. They don't factor in so many things.
Maybe I should stop. I stopped following him.
It's just. Yeah, I don't like it.
Because he put too much stuff out that I.
There's an obsession with what do you call it? Lars Nootbaar is getting hugs now. What?
Lars Nootbaar is getting traded.
Lars Nootbaar is getting hugs now. Hmm. Let's see what happens here.
Marcelo, is there any trade that surprised you today?
Rushman to the Red Sox.
Rushman to the Red Sox?
But I don't really. There's a massive overpay for them. But I just didn't think it was going to go to the Red Sox. But whatever. I'm not worried.
No. And the Guardians get Foster Griffin.
Yeah, the Guardians just got Foster Griffin. They got Joe Adele also.
Yeah.
All right, we got 15 minutes left. What's over, Martin? We got 15 minutes left to the deadline.
Where did you see Tommy? Who's Tommy?
Lars to San Diego.
Yeah, that's your opinion, though. That hadn't happened yet. It might happen.
We'll see.
Yeah, Lalani, I think, is a big loss also. I like Lalani. But again, he kept getting hurt.
Yeah, they needed bats. They got 2. They dealt from their pitching surplus, which is no surprise, right? They had a lot of pitching.
I believe I mentioned to you earlier the draft would indicate that they would trade pitching.
Mm-hmm.
I believe half the draft was pitchers.
No, they get 12 bats, 8 pitchers.
Well, last year a lot of.
Last year was like 16 pitchers and 4 bats.
16 pitchers. So
let's see
if they get a catcher, which I don't know if they will.
Let's see here.
I expected, Caden Kent, Bonds. I think it said.
Let's see what we got.
So Orioles made a move.
What did they get?
A minor league outfielder.
Okay.
A lot of these moves seem like the trades. Do you think some teams are expecting not to have a season or have a short season next year?
Some teams are.
Because that seems why it would make sense. Yeah, the Twins are getting Hoffman.
Jeff Hoffman, yeah, from the Blue Jays.
Yes. But it has been a relatively slow trade deadline.
Yeah, a lot of the big names didn't really get moved.
I expected a little bit more.
Well, it's too many buyers and not enough sellers. Too many teams that are too close to the contention.
Well, that's why I mentioned to you. I think it's smarter to have the trade deadline 2 weeks from now.
Yeah. Newt Bar.
Ever since ever since
Lars,
they ex- ever
Lars Newbar. Lars Newbar is going to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, ever since they expanded the amount of teams getting into the playoffs, they didn't expand the trade deadline to. I think that would be a good balance. So that's why I said 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So even if you have August 14th as a trade deadline, it would be more interesting than a trade deadline like this.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right. So Newbar is going to the D-backs. I'm surprised the D-backs didn't have a pitcher. Catcher.
I believe Henry Lalani was also a Rule 5 prospect.
Yeah, Rule 5 eligible player. Yep.
So that's another reason why he was traded. I believe I still have my. Oh, hold on a second.
240 people went by. I appreciate you all spending some time with us. Appreciate
I
you spending
still
some
have
time.
my Rule 5 draft.
Appreciate you all being appreciate
paper.
your patience, everybody, too.
Yeah, thank you, especially from me. Yeah.
Hilliard's got 3 years of control. He's probably enough.
Henry Lalani was a Rule 5 draft. So is Alan Facundo.
Facundo, yeah. Let's see.
So it is smart to trade from the Rule 5 draft.
Yeah.
Harrison Cohen in the Rule 5 draft. Carlos Lagrange is going to be a Rule 5 draft this year.
Yeah. He'll be put on the 40 man.
Yeah. Garrett Martin is another one. He'll
be put on the 40 man.
He's gone for the year, but he's also a Rule 5 player.
And that's why
he'll be put on the 40 man.
I hope so.
Let's see.
It's a shame of what happened to him. He would have been called up in September.
Yeah. I agree. He had a big bat. He was outperforming everybody.
Yeah. I think it wouldn't have surprised me if he didn't get hurt, if Martin didn't get hurt. I wouldn't be surprised if Dominguez would have been traded and they would have replaced Martin on the roster.
This is true too. Let's see. We got 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Nationals are getting 4 players back in the Diamondbacks acquire Lars Nootbaar. Did you see that already?
Any details who's going back?
It just was announced 1 minute ago, but I'm waiting for the results. But Lars Nootbaar is traded.
That's not. It's a good move. The D-backs.
Yeah, it probably will come out in the next few minutes. The return for Foster Griffin is Will Dion, Josh Hartle, a name I can't pronounce, and Nick Mitchell.
Okay.
So Nationals get 4 players back.
The White Sox DFA Everson Pereira.
And Phillies are moving Bryce Harper to the outfield.
Yep. For Luis Arias.
So the return for the Blue Jays is 3 players and $250,000 of international bonus pool money for Jeff Hoffman.
All right, not bad. What is this? New and improved protein. Yeah, Chris Carr. Let's see what happens here. Schlitt was on the mound tonight. We got 6 minutes left. Six minutes left. These guys give Aaron Boone a lot of options, though, a lot of versatility, Ramos and Garcia. So the Diamondbacks added an outfielder. They have a ton of outfielders already. Yeah, they have Ramos and Garcia. Let's see. We know about that Ramos deal already. They gave up Henry Lalani and Caden Kent for Heliot Ramos. Ron Hassey. Wow, you're taking us old school. My guess is they called up a bullpen arm today. They called up Kervin Castro. But now I don't like they're gonna have to DFA somebody or trade somebody to make room for Heliot Ramos. We'll see if they can. Any deals come through. They have 4 minutes left. See if they finish a deal or two, and then it gets reported after 6 p.m. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see here. Nathaniel Lowe headed to Cleveland. Guardians. Yeah, I think some role players. Guardians, all right. Rick Cerrone. Jeff Passan reported. What do we got here? Nathaniel Lowe to Cleveland. These are all basically role player acquisitions here. Let's see. What do we got? We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Let's see if a deal gets reported at the deadline or shortly after the deadline. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Let's see. Well, 1 minute to go, and it's deadline. But then we'll see. Some stuff gets reported after 6 p.m. Yeah, I do expect them to add LeBron Hay, Clark Schmidt, probably Ryan Weathers to the bullpen, maybe even Will Warren once later on, once they have their 4-man rotation for the postseason as well. So I'm sure they're probably factoring that in. And 6 o'clock is here. The deadline is upon us. Oh, let's see if anything pops in. Marcelo Myers headed to the Giants. Eric Miller's headed to Boston. My friend, appreciate the super chat there. Thank you so much. Instant Judge may not be back. Certainly not until. I'm not sure, Joe. I mean, I don't think he'll be back until September. We know that. But I don't think that we're going to add. I'm not sure, Joe. I don't think he's got Ramos and Garcia. I don't think that we're going to plan on having. I don't think he's got Ramos and Garcia. What's that noise? What's that noise? That noise? I don't think they were going to add these two guys. Thank you for super chat again. I don't think they were going to add those two guys if they weren't planning on having Judge coming back. But I do think he's going to go to not come back until September. Kirby Yates to the Pirates, along with easy, man, no doubt about it. Let's see if any moves pop in after the deadline now. Stuff gets reported and submitted to the commissioner's office. Let's see if anything happens. Yeah, he said catching was an issue. Maybe the prices were too prohibitive, right? The prices might have been too high for the catchers, for all we know. So let's see. Joel Sherman is saying he was told the Yankees made no other trades beyond Garcia and Ramos. If that's the case, that's an underwhelming deadline. They're going to have to rely on some pitchers like LeGrand, Warren, Weathers, Schmidt in the bullpen now. Well, that's the thing, exactly. Nobody got Mason Miller. Nobody got Hunter Goodman. It's not only us. Nobody got them. Nobody got Josh Hader. Nobody got Yordan Alvarez. Nobody got George Springer, as far as we know. Right? Now they're going to have to rely on what they have in-house to do what they didn't get in trades. Wells is looks like it. Looks like Wells is our catcher for the next 3 months. I wouldn't say horrible deadline. They added 2 bats. They needed to add bats. They didn't add any arms, though. A catcher would have been nice. Catcher would have been nice. Detroit, Casey Mize is being traded from the Tigers to the Padres. That's just being reported now after the deadline. There's a lot of teams in the hunt. It's harder to make deals. Casey Mize isn't a groundbreaking deal, but he's a depth move for the Padres who need starting pitching. A lot of the negativity comes from other channels, right? They bring that stuff here because they don't learn anything from other channels. It's a shame. Absolute shame. They didn't get what they wanted. They didn't get what they didn't address some holes. Right? Yeah, Kirby Yates to the Pirates, along with Luke Weaver. Yep. Appreciate you, Toppers, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, relatively underwhelming. Garcia was a fantastic trade. Heliot Ramos was a depth move. Aside from that, they didn't do. I mean, they addition by subtraction with Bird and Duvall. They got rid of some unproductive pieces. They brought up, what's his name? Kervin Castro. But they need more. They need more. So my guess they're going to be adding some people from rotation plus the minors and so on to supplement the bullpen, unfortunately. They sent Max Schumann down, yes. Yep. Yep. It looks like that's the only deal so far being reported after the deadline. Is Casey Mize to the Padres? Yep. Well, we got Luis Garcia in there tonight, batting third. Jones stays. Dominguez stays. We'll see what happens now. All right, we'll see what happens now. I appreciate this, Cohen. Deadline acquisitions by getting that's going to help, but I don't think it's embarrassing. I don't agree with that, but I appreciate the super chat. Underwhelming. I would have liked a catcher. Appreciate you, Joe. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. Okay. Well, they added some bats, but not some arms. None of their primary targets were moved. Jeffers wasn't moved. Goodman wasn't moved. Mason Millers wasn't moved anywhere. So hopefully the bats as they come help. When Judge returns and Bellinger returns, it helps. And hopefully the guys that they move to the bullpen help. Right? Would I've liked more? Yeah. But I'm not going to sit here and complain about it either. We don't know what was going on. The prices were high, clearly. So, and I'd rather not make a move than make a stupid move. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't what do you call it? I'm surprised they didn't trade some more bats. But then again, they didn't get the piece that they needed for them. So, all right. They're not going to trade for some of the bats without getting some value in return. Right. Underwhelming is, yeah. Victor Wagner gets traded to the Marlins for the Rockies. Okay. Another little trade. All right. Dodgers to reacquire Hunter Fiducia. Rays. Okay. It would suck for baseball, the lockout. It really depends on what they do in the CBA. They gotta figure that. They gotta work that out. The owners and the union, and just they have to work that out. That's a them thing, you know. They want bigger pieces of the pie. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Neto staying put, yeah. Yep. All of them. All of them. Yeah. Yep. Well, appreciate you all coming on. Unfortunately, they didn't do more. But again, it's one reason why I don't rely on Twitter talking points, because they're expecting the Yankees to make 12 trades. They don't live in reality, Twitter. I do. That's why I'm not having a tantrum and a meltdown and all this stuff, right? I encourage other folks to live in reality as well. Makes it easier to deal with frustration. Makes it easier to deal with news. Makes it easier to level reasonable expectations. Makes it easier, to deal in facts. I may not always like the facts, but the facts are the facts. Right? Cecilia, thank you. I'm disappointed. A little frustrated, but I'm going to get over it. I got to go cook dinner for a bunch of hungry kids now. All right? I'm not going to bring this upstairs and spoil the day for everybody else. No. Now let's see if the Yankees can actually deliver on the moves that they made. Right? If they win more games now with the moves that they made and the moves they didn't make, then I don't think anybody's going to complain a month from now. Right? Ramos is official, yeah. Yeah. Ramos is official. I don't know. I got to go figure out what they want for dinner upstairs. Yeah. So, all right. It is what it is. Like I said, if the Yankees win and they keep winning with an underwhelming deadline, then what am I going to say? They didn't make the sexy moves. Right? Got to wait and see. I'm gonna let's see if anything else pops in, and then I'll recap this in the morning. But again, it's baseball. It's a business, right? Uber Eats, yeah. The big bone ladies, exactly. Yeah. Luis Garcia's in today. Hopefully he plays well. Right? We'll see. Franchise, appreciate all you coming in. You may not always agree, but that's okay. I understand your frustration too. I get it. But this is why I always encourage folks to keep grounded in reality. Right? I don't listen to the people who love spending the Yankees' money and think it's that easy for them to make deals, and who have never played baseball and think they know more about baseball than everybody in the Yankees. I don't listen to any of them. None of them. It's a waste of time. Learn nothing from them. Okay? That's why they troll me all the time. Yeah, it's B-. Yeah, at best, Coach Co, I agree. B- deadline. They didn't get any arms, but maybe they don't need to get arms. Look what the price for Soriano was. Number 2 prospect from the Blue Jays. That's a haul. Number 2 prospect? My goodness. Some of these prices were crazy. Adley Rutschman, 5 players, including their starting catcher. Crazy. Yankees gave up a top 5 prospect, Henry Lonnie. Gave Caden Kent, who was also, I think he was in the top 15. But they get 2 controllable players. Now let's see what they do. Okay. The Cardinals got Caleb Ferguson. All right. Corroboration on Twins. Yankee. What Twins catcher? Yeah, stop giving them money if you want. Go ahead. Don't go to the games. Yeah. That's okay. You're entitled to your views. Nobody's going to block you for having those types of views. Yeah. Players get played a ton. A ton. Butch Weiniger played in the 80s. He played in the 80s for the Yankees. No. But it is what it is. Now, we'll see if the Yankees can do this. We'll see if these guys get healthy and come back, and how much better the Yankees team is going to be. They didn't have these 2 guys before. Now they have them. And if you add Judge to that, you add Bellinger to that, you get Carlos Rodon back, you're getting some reinforcements. Hopefully the Yankees will be better. And if they are, then I'll be happy for them. If they're not, I'm going to be sad. Right? But it is what it is. It's all right to be frustrated, gang. It's fine. It's okay to be underwhelmed. I'm underwhelmed too. Right? Appreciate you all, man. Christian Vasquez, who knows? I don't know. Oh, young catcher for Duvall, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they do. Padres acquire Casey Mize. Gage working from the Tigers for Cash Mayfield. Who's their number two? Their number 2 prospect. Wow. And Jackson Wolf. Good heavens. Their number 2 prospect. For Casey Mize. Talk about overpay. My heavens. For Casey Mize. Yeah, and again, the prices for catching were exorbitant through the roof. Yeah, I gave the lineup out earlier. 7 hits, all right, 7 likes. We got 243 likes. If there's 7 people in it that haven't put a like out yet, please do that. I appreciate it. Let me let you all go. I'm gonna go make dinner. Go enjoy your night. Let's hopefully the Yankees win tonight. I'm gonna root for them. Okay, I'm gonna triage this, dissect it. And we'll talk about it tomorrow. Go have a great night, everybody. Appreciate you, Ken. Appreciate you, Jonathan, for joining me. And appreciate all of you. Go have a great one. Talk to you next time.